Alright, Kim. So, last time, you and your companions, Aya and Brockman, were kind of staking out, if you will, the docks to see if you could find any weird going ons when it comes to Baron Herschel. And, ended up following a young man that visited the ship and followed him back to his home to find out that it was more than likely, the Duke's son, Galen. And upon returning to the docks, then, you saw Baron Herschel leaving his ship and with two familiar-looking figures. And that is where we kind of left things last time. So, you are welcome to go and to look into what you please.
Oh, sweet. All right. Well, I'm curious on two things. I'm curious to where the Baron goes to, like if he goes to a house, like apparently maybe his house, because I don't actually know where he lives. So I'm gonna recommend to Brocknun and Ginger that we let Festus kind of follow the Baron from like afar and just kind of watch where he goes, and then he can like look in the windows to kind of see what he's up to. But I'd personally like to follow those two goons and see where they're off to.
Okay.
If they want to stay and like watch the ship, that's cool. But
they would agree that there's not really any point in watching the ship if he's leaving. Since that's kind of the whole center point of your guys' investigation is to be him. So
more or less, yeah.
I guess if you want them to go and follow somebody, like where do you want them to go, and who do you want them to follow?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. Who do they want to follow? I mean, they could come with me if they want, but I'm not guaranteed anything to happen. I'm just more generally curious. So
who are you wanting to follow?
I would like to follow the two dudes.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. That's fine. So where they can either stick around and like try to follow Herschel to his home, but that's up to you whether or not you want to split the group or not.
Oh, I'm totally down to split the group.
Okay.
I mean, I doubt that they're gonna actually do anything important, so they might as well follow the important guy. Or they could even, like, I don't know, depending on where the Baron's house depending on where the Baron's house is, they might even be able to watch the other guy from there. The Duke's the Duke's son. That starts with a G.
Galen.
Yeah, I feel like I wrote that down wrong last time.
Think Alan, but with a G.
I think I added an us on the end for no reason.
Galan-us.
Is it Galan? Is that correct?
I have it as En, I believe. But...
Okay. That's wonderful. Just one L or two L's?
It is one L, I believe.
So, N. Very straightforward. Amazing. Okay.
Surprising and
So if they
amazing.
fantastical.
Yes,
Yes.
Galen is what I have.
All right, wonderful. Let me pop my notes out here and rectify this. Yeah, so if they want to see if they could even watch Galen while being in the proximity of Herschel, because I can have Festus get a little closer without being conspicuous.
Okay, so you want them to prioritize Herschel, but also, if it's possible,
Yeah,
keep
like
an
on the
eye.
side if possible. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I wrote him down as Gareth. Oh my goodness.
Oh dear.
Yes, my Hogwarts legacy is showing. Wonderful. Everything's
My.
fine. Okay,
Everything's turned around.
perfect. Yep. Yep, now I have to change all of that in all my notes. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay. So, yeah, there we go. I think that's the plan.
Okay.
Unless they have a secondary other idea that would be good. Who knows? They had a good one last time, so.
I am trying to find my notes from our last chat here. Okay, that's not it. That's not it either. Okay, well, thought I wrote it down somewhere, but maybe not. Okay, no biggie. All right, that's fine. They're okay with following Herschel. Yeah, they'll do what they can and see what they can find out or see what they see.
Yeah, if they really need something desperately, wave around for as long as Festus is around, and he can call me.
Okay. Um. So where are you going to start following the two guys?
Mm, yeah, I'd probably have to follow him pretty right off the bat, since I don't really know where they're going.
But where are you trying to start from? I mean, obviously you can see them from afar off, but where are you going to try to intercept them, so to speak, and actually start like
Uh,
tailing them?
I'm under the impression that they were reordered to go back to get their money. So I'm gonna aim a little further in that direction and just kind of hopefully I guess they pass me, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. So kind of just hang out around the entrance of the docks and see if you
Yes.
can see them coming out.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Um, are you popping up Festus now before everybody splits, or?
He was already up. He heard the conversation. That's how we knew what words they said. Um, so he's been up for like 10 minutes now.
Okay. Um, is he just sticking around above them? I'm assuming, or is
Yeah,
he?
he's gonna stay up. He's gonna stay up,
Okay.
and make
Um.
like normal bird circles while watching Herschel.
Okay. Um. All right. So you head down to around the entrance, and you definitely get communication from Festus
Okay.
about the two splitting off from Herschel and heading towards the entrance. Um, around the time that they start to come out of the docks, or at least the immediate area of the docks. Festus alerts you that Herschel is still within the docks and went into one of the warehouses.
Okay, which warehouse?
It is one of the general warehouses.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll just tell him to like sit on it, I guess. Sit on top of the warehouse so that way Brooke, None, and Ginger can like see him like, here, I am here. Like
Okay.
this is the place.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the other two, they proceed to keep walking. And let me get my map here.
They can keep walking, but they won't knock down our wall.
Get my map of King's Harbor here so that I can give you a correct direction and be able to give you landmarks and stuff. They
Right. I do have a picture of that now.
they begin to head in the direction of the market, actually. The big market there that's a little ways off the
opposite
docks.
direction. Okay. That's fine. I'll just keep stalking them for a little while.
Okay. They go through the market, and there's not a whole lot of stalls open because it is like early morning, so there's people setting up and getting things ready to
I thought this was still evening. What time is it?
This is like 3-4 in the morning.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because when you guys were
think
following,
it had been night yet.
yeah, when you guys followed the Duke's son, it was like
how
1
did I
in the
not
morning.
know that? Oh. Good to know.
Yeah.
That makes it a lot more sketchy. I thought it was at like 8 p.m. or something.
No.
Okay.
It's now
Good
the wee hours of the morning, and these are the super early birds there at the market, starting to get things around and get things set up.
Understood.
They swing by a few stalls and pick up some little things here and there to eat, like an apple and such. You see them working their way through the crowd, bump into a couple people, and then eventually, after having a little bite to eat and wandering around a bit, they end up heading towards the eastern side of the city. Not directly towards where the Duke lives, but semi-adjacent to it.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll just keep following them at this point. I've already committed.
Okay. As they go, at this point, they are past where you know the temple is relatively to the city, and it seems like their pace quickens a bit. Like they're just taking like a casual stroll, but now they are starting to have more of a brisk walk.
Okay.
They end up rounding a corner, and you lose sight of them for a few seconds. And you come around the corner, and next thing you know, you see them just bolting down the street. You just see capes flying, and them just, just bolting down the street.
Been made. Alright.
They don't seem to be looking behind, like they're running from you, but they are just like hightailing it somewhere.
Alright. I'm gonna use my spider climbing ability to like book it up the nearest building to try and keep like a bird's eye view ish on them if I can from because running right behind them is going to be super obvious. So I'm going to try and keep like a little bit of distance, but also I can see you from up
Okay.
here.
Okay. So you're climbing one of the buildings, I'm guessing, with spider climb and...
Yeah, just like the nearest one, like the one that I turned.
Okay.
So I turn the corner, I see him running, and I just take like whoop whoop, and then whoop right up the building and go.
Okay. You make your way up the
And it is
building and
dark,
start...
so I am a little faster.
Yeah. You make your way up the building, which puts you a little bit behind them. But with your extra speed, you begin to start to close the gap, and you see them break into an alley. Before you see them break into the alley, you see them turning their heads back and forth, like to the left and right, in the manner of someone that is in a frantic and for whatever reason is looking like left and right as if like they're running from something, but it's like right next to them. Like kind of like if you were running in the woods and it's dark and you can just hear the thump 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 of like, you know, a wolf or a bear or something, and you can tell it's just there, like, you know, 15 feet to the left or something like that. Or, like, they can sense that something
So
is...
they seem like maybe they're frightened? Is that what
Yes,
I'm
they
gathering?
seem to be frightened or frantic about something.
Okay. Let's get ourselves around that corner then.
You make your way in over to the top of the building where the alley is that they turned into, and you see two figures laying against the building, like hunched over.
Do I see or hear or smell anything in
You can
the proximity?
smell a high, like a very concentrated smell of like BO and sweat, and you can smell something that I guess the best way to describe it is like acidic, like a slight acidic smell.
I don't see anything in the alley.
Nope.
I'm gonna go. Does this alley like go into another street? Does it connect, or is it like a dead end kind of alley?
It does keep going, and it eventually branches into another alley. So it continues down straight, but it also branches
take a
off.
quick peek, like, oh, they're not looking good. I'm gonna take like more steps to the next alley and look around, see if I see anything.
Okay. You go and peek into the next alley, and you don't see anybody or any movement or anything that catches your attention.
All right, I'm gonna go down, I guess, where they're flopped over.
Okay. You make your way down the building and next to the bodies, and they are slumped to the ground, like one's to the left and one's to the right, like they came into this alley and all of a sudden just like leaned up their shoulder against the wall and then just kind of collapsed.
Okay.
So
do I smell anything like
down,
weird?
You smell a very concentrated smell of BO and sweat, and still that acidic smell, and it seems to be coming from the both of them.
Okay. I'm going. Hang on a second. I think yeah. Okay. I'm going to touch both of them. Well, I'll try it on one first because I guess it's an action. So I'll touch the one dude and I'll use slow poison.
Okay. Are you rolling them over, or this is just like touching their back and doing that?
It would probably be something that I would do at the same time. So I'd like grab their shoulder, pull them towards me, and use it like as I'm looking at them.
Okay. You go ahead and grab the shoulder and roll them towards you, and you begin to use the slow poison, and you glance at their face, and their face is just like drenched. Like they have like run the longest marathon that they have ever run in their life, and that
Wasn't that
you know,
long?
the sun was just beating down, and like the humidity's like off the charts, and just like it seems like they were just sweating like profusely, like just like fountain running out of them. You also notice that their skin has like a very white texture to it, like whiter than they were, like much more pale, I guess would be the right word.
Okay.
And you see slight black portions coming up from their neck, that seem to be like blood veins from the one that you are looking at.
Okay. So I need okay. Right. Well, first of all, these reset because it is a new day. I have these all back, and I spent 2 on.
I'm
so
doing, like, for flair, I'm having it so that you don't use the empowerment, but it's one of those things of like you're ready to use it, and then like just before you use the PowerPoints and commit to it, you see that their face is just in this weird state, and you hold off on it unless you absolutely want to use it.
Are they like, is there, can I use my healing, I guess, and be like, is there a pulse, is there breathing?
At this point, it doesn't, they don't seem to be moving at all. Like, their chest isn't moving. There's, like, their mouth is just gaping open. Their tongue's kind of hanging out a little bit.
Okay. Is there a pulse? Like, I check for a pulse.
There is no pulse.
Dang, that was so fast. Okay.
And you followed them from the market probably like a good, like, 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, like, it wasn't that long.
Nope.
Okay. Alright, well, you're dead now, so I suppose you won't mind if I have a look. I'll try and look at the tattoo and where the dark blood veins are like coming from, I guess.
Okay. You look at the tattoos that they have, kind of sifting through their armor and their clothing, and as I said before, the theme that you find is very like ocean and sea related. Of different types of legendary creatures from the ocean, whether it's, you know, a large squid or an octopus or a shark or you name it. They got all kinds of different tattoos, resembling different types of sea creatures. Nothing that seems to be pointing in any direction like they belong to
okay, what was the one that they both had one like on their neck where I saw like a curvy line thing?
Yeah, that ended up leading down to their chest, and it ended up being a essentially, like, if you can think of like the beak part of like a squid, like at the center of the chest,
okay.
and then the tentacles kind of like wrapping around to different parts of their body.
Gotcha. Both like squid.
But they both have very, like, pretty much identical tattoos. So they've probably been working together for quite some time.
Yeah. Okay.
As for the
So where is this? Yeah.
you go down and you find one tattoo on the arm that is kind of out of place on both of them. One
Okay.
has it on the right arm, the other one has it on the left arm. And you see a web, and then you see a spider in the middle of the web. And around somewhere on that tattoo, you see a spot like something like pricked them, or like a needle or something pricked them, and you just see like almost like a bee sting like type deal, where you can see like the sore spot, and then it just kind of spreads from there.
On their arm.
Yes, on their arm.
Both of them. And they both got pricked on the same arm, or wherever the tattoo was?
One where the tattoo was.
Okay.
One was on the left arm and one was on the right arm.
Right. Do I remember, like, I know I wasn't there for the whole time, but did I watch Herschel, like, pat them in the arm or something before they left, or?
No, you just know that they were having, they were trading words there on the ship, and basically saying,
right.
And Herschel saying that you need to go back there and you need to get the money.
Yeah.
And he was, having harsh words with them and pointing a finger at them.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna at least get out my sketchbook and draw the tattoo with the spider on it.
Okay.
And be like, poison? Question mark? Yeah. So.
You also, with your high sense of smell, sense the acidic smell that you were smelling coming from this prick wound there on their arms.
Okay.
Seems to be centralized around that.
Gotcha. And how long was it, maybe, from like the ship to here?
From the ship to there, it's been close to
like
an hour-ish from them going to
like
the
40
market,
minutes?
walking around, and then making their way over this way. From the market to here, it's been like 20 minutes.
You said they ran into somebody.
Yeah, as they were going through the market and picking different things up, they did brush into a couple people.
Looking back on it, does it look like they brushed into people or people brushed into them?
Thinking back on it, it looked kind of like what you would expect from like a bird's eye view of, like, I don't know what the right word is. Like, I don't want to say a scam artist, but like somebody that's like trying to pickpocket you.
Right. Yeah.
And they like bump into, oh, I'm so sorry, and like it looks like an accident, but like when you're like looking for it from a bird's eye view, it looks more of like a setup. Not all of them, because they did brush into a couple people, but there was a couple where it was kind of like, okay, that was a little weird.
That's amusing, because in my mind, when you were telling me that, I thought it was going to be the other way around. I thought they were pickpocketing other people. Cool.
But you look at going through their belongings, like they're not missing anything.
Yeah.
Like, they're not missing a purse or anything.
Right, but they also don't have extra things either, right?
What do you mean by extra things?
Like, I don't see 4 wallets. Like,
no, they have, a pouch.
It's their stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. They weren't the ones pickpocketing, which is what I had originally thought in my mind. Yeah, see, that's what I thought when you said they... Yeah, I thought they were the initiators. Ugh. That's what happens when you have preconceived ideas in your brain. Okay. Cool. All right. What's Festus see?
Festus,
I'm gonna probably start making my way back.
at this point,
We're there.
are you asking, like, after you investigate these two and you're heading back, I'm assuming? Like,
I mean,
or did you want to ask it earlier?
it's been 40 minutes, so I probably would have checked in while we were like in the market, at
Okay.
least.
At that point, Herschel was still in the uh, warehouse. I was like, what is the word I'm
Okay.
looking for? Warehouse. That's the word I'm looking for.
In the stuff storage building.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Now that we're done, I will recheck in.
Okay. Has not seen him exit the warehouse.
Okay. All right, I'll just do a double check on these guys, see if there's anything valuable, important, or written down or anything on them.
Um. Since I don't have it in front of me, I have to pull it out.
Hmm.
They have just general things, like each of them have a short sword for a weapon, and then also a dagger, and they also have, you know, their pouch, or their purse, so to speak. But you do find a letter on one of them.
Yeah. There we go.
That basically tells them about going to see Genie and to get the money that is owed. And it is signed.
Does it say that it's...
It's signed by Herschel.
Great. More handwriting documents. Cool. I'll just take that. Okay.
Or at least you're assuming it doesn't have like his full signature. It has BHS on it, which kind of matches with Baron Herschel Serrano. So
yeah. Okay. Great. Okay. I'll probably just go and try and meet up with everybody else, I guess.
Aya and Brockman are just kind of waiting because they didn't see. They kind of lost Herschel as he wandered into the docks, and then eventually into the warehouse. But so they're just kind of hanging around the exit, waiting for him to kind of come around. But they do see Festus on the top of the warehouse, just kind of guarding it, I guess you could say. Yeah, chilling there. But you get back to the docks, and they are still outside the entrance there, and Festus is still on the top of the warehouse.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Hey, welcome back. Anything exciting happened while I was gone?
No, it's been pretty quiet, other than things starting to pick up here with ships starting to arrive and whatnot, and things starting to be unloaded, but nothing's really changed. Brockton kind of like yawns and's like, yeah, it's been pretty quiet. Not a whole lot going on. and your bird is still sitting there on the warehouse. Apparently, Herschel hasn't come out of there yet. We haven't seen him come out of the X-ray.
His name is Festus. Yeah.
Festus, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, Aya speaks up. Well, should we maybe call it and to get some rest
Yeah,
before
I mean, we know
try to
which
pursue
warehouse
this,
it
or-
is, so. I mean, has anyone else gone inside the warehouse?
No, not yet.
Are there windows in this warehouse?
There are some along the sides, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to at least have Festus look through the window.
Okay. Going through, flapping there and hovering, looking through the windows. Go ahead, give me a awareness check there for Festus.
Okay. Cool. Nice. Okay. That's a 38 out of 75.
Okay. Goes around to the majority of windows and doesn't really see anything. However, at one point he does see movement of a crate lid being opened and then shut. In the warehouse.
That's it?
That's it.
Like, open from the inside, or were there, like, hands opening it with, like, a crowbar?
He didn't see any hands or any, like, crowbars or anything from the exterior grabbing it.
Okay.
And when I say a crate, I'm talking about like something that like something large would be shipped, like I imagine like they didn't really have like machinery like, you know, in this kind of setting, but like if somebody was shipping like a couch or something and they put it in like a box to, you know, to ship it across the ocean or something like that. Think like, you know, that kind of a like a large shipping container, or like a large shipping container of like cabbage or something. Like, yeah, I'm not talking like a little treasure chest. I'm talking like a shipping crate,
like a 5x3, like 3-foot tall box.
Yeah, it would be about waist
like
height.
Couches are short. So.
Yeah, it would be about waist height, maybe a little taller. It's around like 6 feet long ish.
Okay. It's like a triple decker coffin. Okay. Can I try the door? Is it like open?
The warehouse door?
Yeah.
As you make your way from the... got something itching my nose. As you start making your way back into the entrance, you see, and you round to the point where you can see the front of the warehouse. You see a figure exit out of the warehouse, and you see Herschel.
Oh, backing up.
And he just opens the door and, you know, turns around and casually closes the door, doesn't let it slam or anything, and then walks back in the direction of his ship.
He's going back to his ship. Hey, he's going back to the ship. I want to go in the warehouse.
Okay.
I'll just have to wait until he really like is away. I'm
You
not
want to
sleepy.
have
I can't
Festus
slide
tail
in.
him to make sure that he.
Oh yeah,
Okay. So.
I've still got another 30, 40 minutes on Festus.
Okay. Festus tails him and basically lets you know when he enters the personal section where the personal vessels are, which is a good distance away, and he seems to still be making his way to the ship.
What did I do with my marker? Here it is. All right, I'm gonna re-up Festus and have him watch him some more, I guess.
Okay. Just sit on
Then,
the sit on the ship.
yep, you just sit there. If he can, hopefully get on a rope or sit on a dinghy where he can see through a window
Sit on a dinghy,
into like
Festus,
that.
and watch him, please.
Yeah, please, buddy.
Just float there on your
So
dinghy.
that, yep. So hopefully he can get a view of him in his ship,
Okay.
at his desk or whatever he's doing. Is the
Okay.
goal. I'm gonna go try. We didn't hear any noise from in there at all, other than the crate, right?
Yeah, and even that, like, he didn't really hear like a loud thud or anything. The only thing that he really heard was just the slight like the hinge kind of creaking whenever the top of it was closed.
Okay. I'm just going to casually walk up to the door,
Okay.
open the door, and walk in.
Okay. As you open the door, you see a warehouse before you.
Yes, a warehouse. Yes, yes.
With crates and sacks of various different types of things being either shipped out or being shipped to King's Harbor. Make your way to the relatively around the area that Festus described as seeing this crate, and you do find a crate that resembles the description that he gave. Very ordinary looking, nothing really like stands out about it or anything that would really draw attention to it.
Okay. I'm gonna sniff it.
Okay. You smell a whiff of like wet, dank air coming from that direction of the crate. A scent that doesn't really resemble the area in which you are in when it comes to being at the docks of a ocean or a city next to the ocean.
Is this does it feel like it's nailed down or tacked down? Like, could I just lift the top or no?
You take a hold of the top and go to lift it, and it just freely comes up as you try to lift it. It's a little
right.
hefty, but you know, with your strength and being
Right.
Brutum
Yeah.
Morbis, it's not a problem.
Come on.
As you
Stairs.
once you open
Stairs.
it, you
Come on.
look within, and you see in the center, you see a hole in the ground.
Yes!
That is.
Yes.
Not chiseled out, but like somebody built this, and
Heck
you
yes.
see a ladder that is going down.
Okay. Does it look lit down there or no?
You can see some flickering light at the bottom of the ladder,
Okay.
which goes down like a good.
How far
like,
down does it look?
Yeah, it looks like a good 25, 30 feet.
Okay. Do I smell like like I should be able to technically maybe smell Herschel. Do I smell like a lot of traffic through here, or like not?
Other than the atmospheric smell, which is what I described earlier, which you were getting from the crate, other than that, you only sense the smell of Herschel. And that's it. Seems I have lost her. Oh dear. Hello.
Hi. I lost internet for a bit.
Oh dear.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't have any last night, so. Alright. Anyway, foot traffic. Do I smell lots of people?
Yeah, I wasn't sure where you cut out at.
I don't know either.
What was the last thing you heard, I guess?
I didn't hear you at all. I asked a question and it went beep boop, beep boop.
What was the question? The traffic part?
Yes, the question is do I smell a lot of people coming and going?
The only thing you smell is the atmosphere that I described before, which is the what was coming off of the crate, and you smell Herschel. That's it.
Okay. Good. I think. Alright. I go. Creak. Oh, I'm just gonna take like a preliminary glance around the room. Do I see like a book, a ledger, anything that looks like paper?
Not in the immediate vicinity, no.
Alright, I don't want to search. I'm gonna go out.
You're gonna go where?
Away. Out.
Out of
Yeah, I'm gonna go get Brogdon and Ginger.
Oh, I was assuming they were coming with you.
Oh, I was assuming they were watching. Perfect, yes, come, let us go and descend.
Okay. No, I was assuming they came with you since Festus was watching Herschel on the ship, so.
Okay. Great. Alright. Let's go.
Okay. Heading down the ladder, you find yourself in a hallway definitely designed for only one person to travel through it at one time.
Okay.
It is stone wall, like bricked stones on the wall.
Oh, wow.
This whole hallway.
This for a while.
Yep. And it goes on for a bit, kind of winds around, and eventually opens up into a large square room, and you come out on sort of like a balcony type setup. And this balcony kind of goes around the entire like outside of the room, like it goes the whole way around the room. I wanted to say circumference, but it's a square, so that doesn't really fit. But...
Right. Fair enough.
There is stairs leading down from the balcony, and on the floor, the next floor down, you just see a table in the center with a chair that's kind of pushed in. You also see on the table there is I'm trying to think of what size would be equivalent to it. A little smaller than a bowling ball, probably about 3/4 of the size of a bowling ball. You see a black orb that is sitting on a stand that is at the center of the table that is there in this chamber.
No, I don't like that. I love the chair. Okay.
Oh, crystal ball!
A palantir is a dangerous tool, Saruman. Okay. Anything else in this room?
There are hallways that lead, or passageways that lead out of this room, but
Oh, sweet. Okay. How many are there? 3, 2.
there is one on each wall on the lower floor, and then there is also a passage on the opposite side of the room, where on the level where the balcony is.
So there's 4, but 2 are in the same direction, but on separate heights. Okay.
Well, there would be 4 on the first floor, down where the table and chair are, because there's one for each wall.
Oh, I thought the stairs were kind of in the way. There's one like behind the stairs?
Well, you come out on a balcony that goes out from the wall like a good.
Oh, okay. So we're like in like the center.
Yeah, this I don't know how else to say it other than like a balcony that comes out, and it's a walkway that goes around the entire square room.
Okay.
And then there's the
Gotcha.
floor down below.
Alright. Alright, let's do tech empowerment from the dragon.
Okay.
And I'll just double check my suspicions of our small spherical friend.
Okay. The sphere right now is the only thing that you are detecting that has a hue to it, and it gives off a bright red hue.
Yes. Wonderful. Okay. Alright, I have an extra sack. I can throw it in a sack. I will put it in a sack, and then put that sack in another sack. And that sack is sitting on my back because it's a backpack.
A sack within a sack within a sack.
And I will mail that sack to myself.
Oh dear me.
I will put that sack in a box. I'll put that box in another box. I'll put that box in the bottom of a well. Alright. I'm trying to, like, not personally touch it. I just want to, like, scoop it into the sack and then close it up and then tuck it in my backpack.
Okay, so this is just a regular sack. It's not...
This is a regular sack.
Okay.
I don't have anything like that. I have looked into it, and to purchase my own is quite expensive, and I don't have those funds.
Okay.
Just a sack.
Okie doke.
Yes. Okay.
You put it in a sack and throw that sack in within another sack, and then throw that in another sack.
I just have one sack. The sack's in my backpack.
Oh, okay. The sack is now within the backpack sack. Okay.
Yeah. Correct.
All right.
I only have one sack. I don't have that many sacks. I didn't come that prepared, apparently.
Okay.
Okay. So, okay. I would be under the persuasion that if we go up a floor, to where we entered on the balcony, whichever the other way leads would lead to probably another person who has regular access to this location. And then these ones down here go to random places that are kind of still close, I guess. Would you have a similar understanding, Rock? Or anything else? You have underground architecture?
Well, when it comes to these secretive places, it's hard to tell. If you remember the base that we were in on the outskirts of Murfield, it had all different types of rooms that were connected to it, so it's hard to tell whether or not that goes to possibly another passageway that allows access to
Right.
this
Well,
space.
it's higher up, so I just guessing.
We can always investigate it.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to see if we should investigate down here first or maybe go up first. We can do down here first. Let's do down here first.
Okay.
Let's do the hidden one behind the stairs because it intrigues.
Okay. Go down that hallway, and it branches off into different.
No.
It branches off into different chambers that have bunk beds essentially set up.
Oh dear. How many bunk beds?
There's like 4 in each room.
Oh, how many rooms of 4 are we talking?
2 on the right and 2 on the left. Nobody in them at the
16.
moment.
Okay. Do I see like footprints or like signs of people having been in here fairly regularly or no?
Doesn't look like it's been used like relatively recently. Doesn't look that way. There's no the beds are put together, and the foot lockers, they have the drawers. Since it's a bunk bed, they essentially have like what's the right word, like a dresser kind of set up where there's 2 drawers and the drawers are slightly ajar for all of them. Kind of going in and peeking real quick into them, they seem to be empty.
Alright, so it doesn't look like it's fully used, not recently.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll go a different way. We'll just go, I guess, clockwise from here, so we'll do the one to the left.
Alright, the one to the left. Let me get my...
Aye, sir.
Get my piece of paper. Because I am probably going to need this at some point. Ow. Alright. Which one was it again? I'm sorry.
The left.
At the left of coming out of this
The left
hallway?
is coming down the stairs. Yeah, so coming out of the hallway. Oh.
Okay. Going down that corridor, you eventually come into a room that looks like a kitchen, essentially, for cooking different things.
Okay. Is there kitchen-y things in here, or no? Similar to the last room.
I mean, there's pots and pans, knives, like all the different things
Right,
that you
but they're
would...
like kind of dusty. They don't look like they've been seeing a lot of moves.
I mean, They're pretty shiny, but I mean, yeah, it doesn't look like anything's been used. Like there's no, fresh.
Vegetables.
There's no fresh like dishes in the sink or anything that need washed, or remnants of someone being down here and cooking for some time.
Okay. Is there any kind of wall art or decor in this area? Or in any of the areas I've previously been?
In the kitchen, there would be, what's the right word? I don't want to say like a painting, but like a portrait of Herschel, but that's it.
He put his own painting there.
Like a stoic a stoic photo of like what we imagined like kings and queens doing, like standing there all stoic, like
I wouldn't either, right? Chance.
Like that type of deal.
Okay. I still have my detect empowerments up. Is that anything? Singing anything?
Yeah, nothing's giving you a blip in this room.
Is it a nice painting? Like, despite the fact that it's of Herschel, is it a nice painting?
Yeah, it's well done, well put together.
All right, I'm just gonna quick do a little check behind it, just real quick. Boop.
You see a solid wall behind it with a nail sticking out of the wall that is what the portrait is hanging on.
Good. All right, onwards to the forward room, the straight room.
Okay. That one ends up leading into another chamber, but this one looks or has like a central altar in the middle that has like steps that go up to it, and there's around this central part where the steps kind of go up to the altar there at the base, like 4 feet from the base of where the steps start. There's what do you call them? Like metal stands that have like torch tops on them.
The braziers?
Yeah, like think like brazier, but it's like a lamppost essentially.
Okay.
If that makes sense. I don't know what else to call them. Yeah, just think like a metal lamppost, but instead of like a lamp, obviously.
Like a tiki torch, but made out of metal.
Yes, essentially. The torch isn't burning, and at the top there, it's a square piece that goes from the floor up to like right a little bit above your head level, and then at each of the points of the square there's like a spike that goes up. Very dark and mysterious.
Mysterious. Is there any symbols or anything on like the altar or on the walls of this room?
On the walls, you see robes that are hung on the wall that have like that are hanging on like hooks that are fastened to the wall.
Okay. Would you say that these are dark robes with red trim?
They are dark with red trim around them, and then the hood that is hanging back towards you is red as well.
Okay, I'm gonna have 1 or 2 of these. I assume that there's multiple.
Yes.
Correct. Okay.
There's about a dozen of them.
Okay.
On the wall.
Okay. In with the sack. Okay. What does the altar look like?
The altar going up, you see dried red sprinkling as if crimson was sprinkled on this altar at some point. Doesn't it looks like recent, but not like it's dried, but it hasn't been here for for years or months or anything like that.
Okay. At least like a couple of hours.
Maybe like a day or two, possibly.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't take that long for blood to dry. So
I'm just saying it doesn't look like super old.
Right.
But the blood ends up going through grooves, and then the grooves end up forming the shape of a dragon's head that looks stoic.
I can spell. No, I can't. Try and spell head. There it is. Figure it out. I got it. What's the point of all this? Okay. Noted. Blood altar.
On the altar, there is also a dagger, or a ceremonial dagger, I guess you could say. Very finely, made, very shiny. Does have some fresh crimson on the edged portion of it that hasn't been cleaned off of it. But the hilt,
that's not sanitary.
The hilt looks like kind of like a dragon claw, essentially, like reaching up towards the blade.
Okay.
And then the base at the bottom of the pommel looks like a dragon's head.
Okay. With the detect empowerment still up, is the altar or the dagger empowered?
Nope.
Or anything like that?
Nope, nothing is giving off a hue.
Then why put blood on something that doesn't do anything? Alright. Oh.
And the splatters of crimson that you see, it looks like there's multiple locations of it. It doesn't look like it's just located in one spot. It looks like it was around the dragon's head at multiple locations.
Okay. How many times do I think maybe?
A good half a dozen at least.
Okay. Can I smell it? Does it smell like it's all like one person's blood? Or does it smell like
In this chamber, you can sense multiple scents. Especially off of the robes.
I was gonna say, that was gonna be my next question. Do any of the robes smell like specific persons?
One smells like Herschel, and one actually smells similar to what, the short amount of time that you were, close enough to get a whiff of the Duke's son.
Any of the other ones have recent scents, or are they pretty faded and old?
They don't ring a bell.
But they do have scents.
Yes.
All of them? All 12?
All 12. But the only two that ring a bell or seem familiar are Herschel and the Duke's son.
Alright. Like, for sure, I'm gonna double double sniff. Like, no one that I've smelt fairly distinctly or spent time with.
Yep, nothing comes to memory with anything that seems familiar. Just those two.
That's kind of good. Kind of bad, but kind of good. Okay. Which two did I shove in my bag?
And just two cloaks that have the same. They're all the same design.
Okay.
Except, I'm sorry. The one that has the Duke's son looks similar to, has the red trim and has the red cloak. Herschel's does not have a red cloak. It's just black and then it has the red trim around it.
So it doesn't have the red hat.
Correct. It doesn't have the red cowl, I guess you could say.
Do most of them have a red cowl or no?
Yes. All of them except for Herschel's have the
so
red.
He has the black hood. And everyone else has red.
Yes.
Okay. So he is more than likely the ringleader and not like. Okay. Sniff. I'll just try and vaguely be like, try to remember these smells, but I know there's a lot of them and I probably can't. But I'll just try anyway.
Yeah, it'll be one of those things if you walk by somebody, it'll be like,
that's kind of familiar.
Yeah, I'll be like, alright, make
I can't remember
make an intelligence check, and then depending on how you roll, would be like, okay, yep, nothing. Continue.
More than acceptable. I just want to
as you were.
Shot at it. Alright.
Or I'll just do what Matt does. Good to know.
Wonderful.
What does that mean? What does it mean?
What does it mean?
He's got that smile, guys. He's got that look.
I can't tell when you have the look.
He's got that look. He's got that look.
You'll have to tell me, Kim, I have the look.
I have the look, Kim. The look.
No, not the look. Alright, let's go on to the right-hand room, I suppose. Yes, what is your problem, little boy? No, you can't have any in the pocket.
The right hand actually leads into a room that has cages essentially set up, or what's the right cells, I guess would be the right way to put it. Yeah, that you would put somebody in and be holding them.
Okay.
Not very very primitive living space, like setup and whatnot. Not very luxurious by any means, like, you know, some hay or whatever laying on the ground with piece of cloth basically laid over it, and that's your bed, and there's a chamber pot in the corner, and that's pretty much it. But no one in there, no bodies in there. Doesn't look like it was used anytime like super recent.
Gotcha. Okay. We need to go up.
Okay.
Actually, can I make sure that I snag Herschel's and the Duke's sons?
I thought you already said that you did, but...
Oh, I just wanted to make sure those were the right, like, those are the two that I wanted specifically.
Yep.
Okay. Because we could do the old dog sniff test. Not with me, like an actual dog. Okay. Up the stairs we go.
Okay.
Just double checking for any, like, secret hidden passages. Anything in here.
Yeah, nothing seems to stand out or
like double checking
your...
the table, no like hidden drawers.
Nope. The table is just, you know, a flat piece of finely finely fine wood with a nice finish on it. Just flat piece of wood with two legs that are fine, matched with the nice decor of the top, and that's it. Other than the stand and the orb that was on it.
Alright, let's try and go through this too.
Okay.
Nothing else is
The
looking out of
upstairs passageway, you follow that, and it eventually leads to a finely crafted door, wood door.
place. Hello, door. I'm gonna listen. Is there anything that I hear on the other side?
Seems quiet.
Alright, I'm gonna try the handle.
Okay. The handle is it rocks back and forth, but it seems like the door is locked.
Okay. It appears locked. You know, I don't have any lockpicks.
I was like, well, not everything that is locked has to stay that way. And she kneels down and pulls out of her pouch a set of lockpicks and begins to
Yes.
fidget with it, and eventually unlocks. Takes a little bit. It's very intricate lock, but she eventually gets it and opens the door.
Alright. Nice.
Inside the room, you see a very nice living space, or a bedroom, I guess you could say, of just like a bed, finely crafted bed that has like a canopy over it. Just very luxurious living space. There is a desk and a chair off to the side. There's a wardrobe in here, like the whole 9 yards.
Okay.
Like, it seems like somebody, if they really wanted to, could live down here if they wanted to.
Does it look like anyone has wanted to?
I mean, it definitely looks like this room gets used. Doesn't seem to have been used any time, like, within the last couple of days.
Alright, we'll just take a gander. Look through the drawers, look in the bed, between the mattresses. Check them. Is there a fireplace? Is it? No.
Not in this room, no. There's no
Okay.
fireplace.
Good. Check the chairs, any of the walls for loose things. There's a desk for writings and the like.
Once again, there is a portrait of him.
Wow.
In this room, it is in front of the desk. Looks similar to the one that was in the kitchen, but looks like he was wearing a different outfit.
Aw. At least you didn't have them both done on the same day.
You also see in this room, you see some glass cases that are sitting on like I guess a table, and you see just a glass case that's probably like 3 feet tall and like 4 feet long.
Wow. Big case.
Probably like 2 foot deep.
Oh, like a display case kind of thing.
Yeah.
Ah, haha. Okay.
And just made out of glass. There is like a little hatch on the front side. There's 2 hatches, and then there on the side there are 2 hatches. Like, you could stick your hand in there. On the inside, you see what looks to be like terrain. Like it just looks like, tree branches and, grass and different things like that. But you see some insects in there roaming around. You see some arachnids in there.
Spiders. More than likely. Oh! I have. Not to brag, I have animal lore. Can I use animal lore on these spiders? Does anybody know what kind of spiders they're?
You would. No, there's only one type of spider in here, and this spider is specifically known for a very, very potent type of venom that it produces that if enough is injected into someone, or if their bite injects enough, that it can kill a full-grown humanoid within at least 30 minutes, at least.
Right. Found the spiders. Okay. Are there gloves? Are there leather gloves to this?
There are some gloves and apron and goggles that are kind of set off to the side.
Okay. How big is a spider?
It would fit in the palm of your hand. It's about that size.
My hand or your hand?
I'm thinking my hand.
Pretty big overall.
Yeah,
house.
Yeah, I mean it would be the size of an ordinary apple, the spread of it, how wide it is.
Ordinary apple. Alright. In my opinion, if the spider is bigger than a quarter, it does not deserve to live. Alright. That's
think let me grab one of my. Yeah, it would be about a little bit larger than the spread of it, with its legs out and whatnot. It would be a little bit larger than. It'd be about 2.5 inches, maybe. Spread think a 2-inch base for a miniature.
Okay.
Just add another 1/2 inch on top of it.
Alright, yeah. That's spider territory. Okay.
And there's a handful in there, probably half a dozen or so.
67. Okay. I don't think I have anything big enough for this. Look at that. Nope. I surely don't. Oh! These are the stoic boys. They're not around. Yeah. Okay. Well, anything else in the room? On the desk? Or...
On the desk, there is a book that is open with various different types of notes. Flipping through, you find some personal notes from various different figures. There is one that catches your eye. The name Goldor.
Oh, yeah.
And the notation next to it, the couple times that you find it, basically records correspondence that Herschel supposedly received from Goldor about things that were coming in, and more specifically, like how many creatures they had at the time. You do find going through the drawers, which, going through and opening the drawers there on the desk, none of them seem to be locked. You do find a few letters that seem to be addressed to Herschel. They are signed by two different individuals. Well, there's a handful that come from one, and then there's one letter that is from someone that is has a different name. But the one that has, or the letters that there are a handful of, are signed by someone that goes by the name of Cosidin. Cosadin. Cosidin.
Okay.
And then the one lone letter that seems to be, or the singular letter, comes from someone called Viren.
Okay, what do these letters talk about?
The one from Cosidin basically speaks of, it seems like they are responding to a letter, apparently, that Herschel sent them at some point. And they were responding of saying, keep going, keep doing what you're doing, keep proving yourself, and great, and the reward that you've been looking for will come to pass, or we haven't forgotten you. Keep your reward, at the forefront of your mind, or keep that within the forefront of your mind. Basically, constantly telling him to keep proving himself and keep doing what he's doing. And if he does that, then he will be rewarded with what he's looking for, essentially.
Okay. Does it ever say what he's looking for?
No, it's very vague in that sense of just like, you will receive your reward, or everything that you've been working towards will come to pass, or your dreams will
So there's like 4 of these?
there's a handful of them.
Okay. And they're all basically the same, where Herschel has theoretically sent him a letter. He's replying back with, keep doing good.
Yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. Keep proving yourself, useful, and you will. Your reward
Does he ever
will.
say useful to whom?
What's that?
Does he ever say to whom he is being useful?
Essentially, just being like, keep being proving yourself useful to us, or to me, or keep proving your usefulness. Like, those are the different types of phrases that you're coming across.
Right. Is there ever like a seal or anything, like a stamp or something that he ends with, or just best of luck, Cosidin, or something?
There is, and it is that of a dragon's head that looks stoic.
Yeah. Have I ever heard of a dude named Cosidin?
Name doesn't ring a bell.
Alright, what does Byron say in their letter?
Basically mentions, like, I hope that you were pleased with the results of our mutual acquaintance, essentially, and that's it. Like, it's very short.
Okay. Cool. Is that signed with a stamp or anything?
Same stamp.
Okay, same stamp. Okay. Alright. Anything specific in Herschel's own notes that's like
You do
about
find
people
in
he works with, or...
you do find in a different drawer, you do find a small notebook-sized book that has a bookmark, and looking at it, looks like a diary of Herschel's.
Okay. Yeah. We're absolutely going to read his diary.
Flipping through, at the beginning, you see a man that has basically lost everything, living on the streets, doesn't have anything to rub together, basically starts from complete scratch on the streets, and eventually makes enough money to the point where he feels like he can start a business, and business seems to be going okay for some time, but then it seems like something happened or business wasn't going well, and along came a benefactor that seemed to invest in him, and he eventually found himself to be on the side of being a wealthy businessman and a well-to-do, and found himself here in King's Harbor and running the docks, based off of the connections that he formed after this mysterious benefactor.
Alright. Does he have a description, a name of this individual that has so graciously helped and prodded him on his way towards probably evil?
Going on down through the diary, the description seems to lead to a name, which seems to be this Cossidon individual.
Ah, it's this guy. You're the perpetrator. Alright.
And then probably within the, we'll say, last couple months or so, there is a mention of a different name that you have not come across. And Herschel, the way that he speaks of this individual seems to indicate that he is very scared of this individual, that they just give him the heebie-jeebies, and he's very unsettled whenever he talks to them or has any communication from them or meets them or sees them.
Yeah, he's just creepy.
And that name is Thyrane.
Irene?
Yes. Or
Like TH or FY?
Thiraine.
Thyroid. Perfect.
Thyrane.
Thyroid. Got it.
Thyrane.
Heebie-jeebies.
Or would that be Thyron? Thyron sounds better. I like Thyron better. We'll pronounce it Thyron.
Sure. Thyroid. Absolutely. Alright, Byron. I've never heard of such a people.
Nope, never heard that name before either.
Man, I was hoping this would close some circles, and it's only making them bigger. Love that. Okay. Scooping up all the papers. Scoop, scoop. Those are mine now.
Okay.
Alright, checking the desk over one more time. Any secret little compartments or anything hidden on the side, stuck to the bottom of a drawer? Anything like that?
Nope.
Okay. So we've tossed the rest of the place, right? We checked the bed, we checked his painting, we checked all the places.
Yep, seems to be it.
Okay. Just a quick tech empowerment. Anything on there? Nothing
Nope.
in the room.
Nothing seems to be giving off a hue.
Alright. Well, we better get out of here before someone else comes in. Let's see. And then we'll have time to identify this little ball of joy we've got here. Probably called hostages or something. Let's go.
So you start making your way back to the balcony. As you're coming down the corridor, you can see the balcony. You hear a voice coming from the chamber ahead. Sounds like a young male individual, and they are hollering, saying, "Herschel? You here? Herschel?"
No. We're stuck in a one-way hallway. This is not good.
And then you can hear some footsteps that seem to be on the lower portion of the room, or of that big chamber where the table and the orb and whatnot were.
Uh-huh. Oh, man. Good things. You guys could probably sneak out of here. I'm incapable.
You keep hearing that voice just hollering for Herschel, and you can hear him moving to different portions of the room, and seems like he's going to each of the hallways and hollering down the hallway.
Okay, here's the plan. We back up and we relock the door. And I hope he doesn't have a key.
Oh, to the the living chamber?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think I can't sound like her.
No ventriloquism?
I do have ventriloquism, but I don't sound like her.
Oh. Over here, look away, look away! Paka!
That's the best I can do right now.
How did a bird get down here?
Like, it would be ideal, but I don't know who else goes down here.
This is true.
Huh?
This is true. You don't know who comes down here.
I don't know who comes down here. Do I even recognize his voice at all? Does it sound like maybe an adult? Does it sound like
Yeah, it sounds like a young
Okay.
a young male.
Okay. Great. Yeah, alright, let's back up the hall. We're gonna lock ourselves back in. And if he does happen to open the door, we just restrain. That's the plan. Beep, 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 back it up.
Okay. You go back into the room and wait there and continue to wait. How long are you waiting?
I mean, how long does he haul it for?
Well, are you shutting the door or?
Well, we'd be able to hear him when he came back up. So I'd rather be able to hear him and then close the door. Yeah. I think it's more important to hear him than at the door.
It goes on for a good, 15, 20 minutes or so of him wandering around in the different corridors down there and looking and hollering, and then...
Do we ever get, a glimpse of him?
No, because you guys are on the second floor.
Right, we're backed up. Okay. I mean, he has to go back up eventually.
Yeah, and after 15, 20 minutes, you can hear, especially you with the heightened hearing, you can hear him going up the steps at the far end of the chamber there, and going on to the landing and seemingly going down the corridor at the far end.
Out.
Where the exit is, yeah.
Okay, what does he look like? Yeah.
From afar off, it looks like a young, well-dressed individual. Like a young noble of some sort.
Yeah, it's that guy again. Okay. Alright. Let's go. Alright, we'll start sneaking out.
Okay. You end up making your way down the corridor there into the room, or the chamber, and make your way around the balcony there, and get to the corridor that leads to the exit. You listen for a bit to make sure that you don't hear or smell anything. You do smell a familiar scent that seems to have come through here. That smells like the Duke's son. But everything seems to be clear. You don't hear anything like anybody's in the corridor or anything. And you make your way to the ladder and up and out if that's what you want.
Yeah, I think up and out. Yeah.
Okay. Make your way up and out and close the hatch or the lid to the crate. Make your way out of the warehouse, and where do you want to go?
Okay. We have pretty solid. It doesn't say anything about the festival, does it? In any of the papers or anything?
Not in the notes that were there. The only thing was different individuals that were sending him correspondence, apparently, and it was like the notations were pretty much like a date, a name, and then X amount of gold or whatever, or items, and then also notes like 5 creatures added to stock or whatever, something like that.
We still, we have evidence that he's probably in league with bad people, but we don't have evidence that he's technically done anything yet. Yeah. But this is pretty good evidence for a search, wouldn't you say?
Who are you asking?
My ginger. My ginger, yes. My ginger and my buck.
A search of what? I mean, we kind of already did a search. I don't know what more.
Right. I mean, like his boat, his house.
Oh. Yeah, I can see that. There's definitely reason for it, I suppose, with the evidence that we have. It's pretty substantial.
Alright.
I mean, there's definitely some shady things going on here, and he has a...
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, where did that guy go? Ah! What? Has Festus been watching Herschel the whole time? Has he just been on
He's
the
been
boat?
on the boat, yeah.
Just chilling on the boat?
Well,
ignoring him?
yeah, like, if he gets to the point where he's, like, watching him through, like, trying to find, like, get eyes on him in the boat, he essentially goes to, like, the captain's quarters and just lies down and goes to sleep.
Oh, he sleeps on his boat? Okay, sure. I don't know why I thought he'd have, like, a house. Does he have a house? Do you know if the Baron has a house?
I mean, I would assume so.
That's what I assumed. But he's sleeping on his boat. Okay.
I mean, it was late, and if he has sleeping quarters on the ship, I mean, I don't know where his home would be, but,
Alright, I'm gonna try and sniff out our young Duke guy. Let's try and follow him if we can. See where he's gone.
the scent leads towards the personal docks.
Oh, he's gone to the ships.
Yep.
I don't know if we should let him go. Alright, let's I like the idea of informing other people and having them do a search. However, just in case we left some evidence of ourselves that this guy might have noticed, I'd like to see how this conversation goes, and then do something, like talk to Zathras or whatever, and we'll see where it goes from there. Yes. Sound reasonable? Well,
Okay. So, how are you seeing how the conversation goes?
Festus.
Okay. Festus eventually sees the Duke's son approach Herschel's ship, go down into it, and you see he relays that there's a point where Herschel kind of rouses from his slumber, and
Is Festus close enough to hear, or is he pretty far away?
at this point, no, he's just kind of hovering or sitting on like a dinghy. There is spots that he can because there are like lanterns and stuff that like are on the back end of the ship, that are close to like the windows for the captain's quarters. So there's a spot that he can sit that's close to the glass.
I don't need to see Herschel right now. I'd rather hear him than see him. And
Okay.
So knowing that this conversation is happening, I'd like to move Festus closer.
Okay. All right. So he hangs out there close to the glass, and is able to peer in at the same time, but he sees Herschel basically make his way back to into the room, away from the door, and seems to go over to a table and pulls out a glass and starts pouring a liquid into it. And you see the Duke's, or he sees the Duke's son come in. Is like, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt anything. I'm sorry to wake you. I just wanted to kind of touch on our previous conversation, if that's okay. Herschel says, yes, and what is it that you wish to rehash? And he's like waving his hand like he's a bit annoyed at him being here. and finishes pouring a drink and turns around and leans up against the wall and takes a sip of the drink. And the Duke's son says, well, I just want to make sure that nothing's going to happen to anyone, right? Like, I understand there might be some that might get hurt, but my family, my mother and my father, they're not going to be hurt, right? And Herschel finishes taking a drink of the glass and sets it on the table and goes over and puts a hand on his shoulder. My boy, I gave you my word that none of your family would be touched, and that only necessary violence would be used. You have my word, and I am a man of my word. And you see, or Festus sees a little bit of relief come across the Duke's son's face, and
where on his arm would you say he grabbed it?
It's on his shoulder.
Okay. That's fine.
And he nods his head and, okay, sorry, I apologize again for intruding and waking you. I know that it's been a long night. I'll take my leave. And Herschel kind of, as he goes to leave, grips the shoulder and makes him face him once again, and is like, I am a man of my word. And the Duke's son just kind of looks at him and gives a slight nod, and then Herschel releases his shoulder and turns back around and grabs his drink and takes a drink of it as the son is walking towards the door, and says, give my regards to your father, as he takes another drink. And the son turns his head back and acknowledges, gives a nod, and then walks out the door and closes the door. Herschel stands there with a drink in his hand, kind of swirling the liquid around. Just kind of shakes his head a little bit, finishes it, and then goes back over to the bed and lies down again.
Great. Ah, good things. Alright, it's time to call Zappers.
You calling him, or are you going over?
Oh, I'm calling him.
Okay.
It's like, what, 6 a.m.? 4, 5, 6?
At this point, it's after 7 probably at this point.
Oh, yeah, see? He's awake. Maybe. Alright, here we go. Let's just follow that guy.
Okay, so you're gonna wait there to see,
No. We're still vaguely near the warehouse, not to it, but around, near the docks, but not quite. And then I'm gonna have Festus kind of follow the Duke's son. And I'm relaying all the information I got through Festus to them, Ginger, and Rocknum.
Okay.
Okay, it sounds like something pretty serious is gonna happen fairly soon. It might be slightly violent and overturning of people. This guy knows everything, and he sounds really wishy-washy. So if we were going to, this sounds awful. If we were going to interrogate someone, it's probably going to be him. Okay. I'm gonna talk to Zappers and try and see if he can get an all clear button up. That's awful. What a terrible person I am. Alright. That's the goal. Ring ring. Hello? Hello, Zapdos.
Alright.
Good morning.
Who is this?
Oh, hey. This is Sibble. Remember how you said I had permission to investigate the festival?
Yes. Couldn't
Yes,
this
yes,
wait
yes.
until a proper hour of the morning?
No, I'm afraid it can't. It really can't. Okay, there's really important information that I found out about Baron Herschel and some other people, and they're planning something pretty serious, and I know who has answers, and I have proof, I have written documentation that he's part of a... part of he's serving the deceiver. There's symbolic evidence and correspondence to people who have been doing these acts of terrorists all over the world.
Okay. That's a lot of information that you just threw at me, and it sounds like you're telling
Yes,
me
good morning.
that one of the members of the council is involved in some things he's not supposed to be.
Yes, that sounds pretty accurate. Yep.
I am not awake for this type of thing.
Right. I have a person who knows everything. I think we can get him to talk if you give me permission to capture him now. I just need you to say, Sibble, you have permission to bring this suspect into custody.
I suppose that's fine. Try to keep them in one
I can't lie to
piece.
you. I want to lie to you, but I won't. It's gonna look bad. Okay? It's gonna look bad. Look bad, save people's lives. Look bad, save people's lives. What do you want, sir?
If it's gonna save people's lives, then there's not really much of a choice in the matter now, is there?
I just need you to say, what do you want?
Well, don't let him get away. Just try to keep him in one piece, if you please.
I will do everything I possibly can to keep him in one piece, or else he can't speak. Alright?
Yes.
Zephyr said yes!
Okay.
That was for me to Rocknut and Ginger. Like, thumbs up, let's go! Okay, how long do I think I have in my minute? Or, like, I assume this has been 2 minutes at least. Is this into 3, or how far is this?
It's probably been like a minute and a half-ish.
Minute and a half. Okay. I'll try and take his suspect to the jail. I think we're kind of close to there, ish. Not really, but that's probably the closest place I'll get him. You probably want to come over. Sorry. Good morning, sir.
Who are you talking to? I'm sorry.
Zappers.
Oh, you're still talking to him.
Oh, well, I have 30 more seconds, so I figured I might as well.
So, what are you telling him?
I will take the suspect to the jail if I can, and that he should probably try to go there. Sir.
Roger that. Just let me get up and get around first.
Good morning. Okay. Alright. We're off after the Duke's kid.
Okay.
Oh, he's a half-elf, isn't he?
He is a half-elf.
Well, you know how much I love sleep, but he might be a little resistant to that. What are the rules to this game?
The rules?
Yeah, what are the rules to this game?
There are
tell me
many.
Thank you. Tell me the difference between sleep and order, because in certain games there really wouldn't be much of a difference.
Sleep just puts them directly to sleep. Order, I would
Yeah.
say, is more like command.
Correct.
That's like, you know, go that way.
Right.
Or...
Alright. So, this is just me, again, forgetting the rules. In 5th edition, half-elves have advantage against charm, which would be like order, but they're immune to sleep. Those rules don't exist, or they do exist? I just need some help on that.
I'm pretty sure... I don't remember if half-elves have them.
I just need double...
I know that one of either elves or maybe half-elves, when it comes to, like, sleep and that, I'm pretty sure they have, like, a bonus to save against it. If I'm not...
Sleep but not order?
I don't remember. I'm looking.
I don't remember either.
Yeah, half-elves have a modifier to resist sleep and charm-related effects.
That would be both of those.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure elves have it as well. Yeah, elves have a higher modifier to resist it.
Okay. Where Festus is following him, where did he go? Where is
he? He is heading in the direction of the Duke's home.
Okay. He said it's 7 a.m.?
Yeah, he's making his way towards the market, but over in the direction of the Duke's home.
Okay. There's probably loads of people in the market, so let's not do it near the market.
Okay.
Let's wait till he's like a little bit past the market.
Okay.
So we have Festus following him, so we can run ahead and kind of set up.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, in ambush.
Yep.
Okay. That's kind of the goal, I guess. Alright. So, Brockman, you want to be our feet on the ground guy?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. Sweet. I can order him, or attempt to order him to do something, such as, kneel down, or something like that. It may or may not work, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Do I have rope? I do have rope.
I do have rope. I do.
Dude, I'd really
Oh
rather...
no, I'm about to be attacked by a savage weef.
Oh, the savagery!
The savagery!
You hear that? He's intimidated by me.
Mommy!
I ain't your mommy, and your mommy's not coming for you.
Oh no! What am I being witness to?
You are being
This is a daily thing!
You are being witness. You are being witness to me asking Colton. Do you want seconds?
I'm melting, melting.
Dude!
Oh, what a whirl! What a whirl!
Oh no!
Do you want seconds or do you want dessert?
I can take some seconds.
Okay, because it's 10 o'clock.
Yeah,
So I wanted to ask you.
And then I'll probably have dessert after a little bit.
How little is a little bit?
I don't know.
I was just
Play it by ear.
I was just wondering.
Or by stomach, one or the other.
Dessert in
take
your
both.
ear?
I,
That sounds like a terrible place for
yes,
dessert.
that is
I'll
a
take
bad
both.
place for the ice cream to go.
Yeah, not in the ear.
How dare you
Oh,
suggest that,
I
Marie?
can
What are you
feel
sticking
that.
your finger in my
Oh,
ear for?
I gotta play your ear.
Yeah, I
Like
don't
a fiddle?
Apparently. Told me to play your ear.
Ah.
No, I was just asking because if you were gonna have your dessert sooner, I was gonna scoop it out.
She's literally trying to be in character right now, Kim. She's wearing her cloak of elven kind.
Oh no!
And my husband's
she has a green blanket wrapped around herself.
Yes!
and Colton's socks.
And she's wearing shorts and my footy socks.
Yes, your black athletic footies.
Yes. Anyway. All right, so you guys are going ahead on the other side of the market to catch to get ahead of Gallon.
Yes. Right.
Okay. Festus relays to you as you guys are.
What's that on my leg?
What's that?
Sorry, she just put something, his wet, sloppy toy all over my leg, and it was not comfy.
Okay.
We're good.
Festus relays to you like when he's getting to the market and everything, and where he's going, and you guys kind of skirt around the outskirts of the market and make your way ahead of where he's traveling. He peruses the stalls a little bit there at the market, and then makes his way into the streets there, heading towards the Duke's home. And as he's getting closer to your guys' location, Festus relays that his pace has quickened a bit, and he's into more of a...
No! I start booking! Not this! No!
And eventually moves into a run and looking around frantically.
I'm not gonna make it, am I?
Well, how are you approaching this? Are you just running down the main street?
I'm just running down the main street.
Okay.
I'm just running.
Okay.
I'm not even trying to be sneaky in any way. I'm just walking.
Okay. Running down the main street, and you round the corner, and you see Festus flying above, and you see him running, just like full out, just like running for his life, like looking around. There's people in the streets that are looking around and like looking at him like, what is going on? Like,
yeah, I'm just trying to.
What's the matter with him?
Touch. Just
What's that?
Come on. I just need to touch him. Come here.
Okay. He's running towards you, and then like he's looking off to the side, and he gets within like 10 feet of you, and looks at your face, and you just see like complete and utter horror in his face, like he is seeing something absolutely just horrific. Like imagine like in the Batman movies, whenever the fear toxin is used and like somebody sees Batman and he just looks like absolutely terrifying.
Okay.
That's the kind of look that
his,
he has in his eyes.
I'm gonna try and order him to come to me.
Okay. Go ahead.
So he needs to make a wisdom check.
Okay.
With a -6, and I assume with a +2, but he's also kind of delirious. So.
Oh my phone is about to die.
Come on,
Oh dear.
Come here.
What
Come here. Please.
I am getting okay. All right. What was the modifier again?
-6.
Okay. He does pass. I rolled a natural 7.
Stop rolling good.
I'm sorry. I'm not. This isn't intentional. I promise. I can take a screenshot of it. I can take a screenshot of it.
It's fine. I just want it to work.
As he looks at you, you stretch out your hand and you try to use order, and you just see the horror in his face. He's sweating profusely, and he says, "No, no, 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 no!" And he kind of like falls back on his butt and then tries to like scurry away from you.
Okay, can Festus kind of like swoop down and kind of like, I don't know, keep him in place so he can't scoot backwards. He's like afraid of Festus. Also, he's only 10 feet away. I just did one little bit of movement.
Okay, so Festus flies down behind him, and he turns around because he hears something flapping behind him, and he goes, "Oh no, 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 no!"
Gotcha.
Okay, you touch him, and he like looks over at you, and you just see like the horror in his face still there, and you just see his face kind of go lax, and he starts leaning back towards the street, and you see like his pupils begin to dilate really big. And he goes limp in your arms as you are holding him.
No.
And Brockman standing there behind you, breathing hard because of the running, and you start to hear voices of, "Who is that? Is that the Duke's son? What did she do to him?
Yep,
What, who is that? Yeah," and you hear like another person say, "That's the Duke's son. What, who are they? What did they do to him?" And they start to like make their way over towards you guys to see what's going on and see what they can figure out. And you hear more and more voices start to speak up, and seems like they're curious on what is going on and who this is and who you are and what happened. What are you doing?
Man, Sibble is just like, she's just holding him, just like kind of crying, just like, dang it. Just senseless murder for the sense of senseless murder, and it's making her sad.
Are you doing any investigation at all? You only have several moments here before people start showing up and contaminating, I guess you could say, or...
Yeah, alright, sure. Look at his shoulder. I'll like push away some of the clothing.
And you see a little prick mark with red or black striations coming out from it, and eventually making its way to like his chest and up his neck.
It's so much faster than last time. I thought I had time. I don't know. Being this wrong. You didn't make it past.
Well, granted, this, if it's what you're thinking, that was at the docks. You made your way to the market and away from the market. So it's pretty close to the same time. Because the other guys, they got brushed.
They made it, like, further.
They did get further, but from what you calculated and what you think happened is they got hit while at the market.
Oh, yeah. Dang it. Is Herschel even wearing a ring or anything?
He has several rings that he wears.
Okay. Wonderful.
Kim's like,
So how angry right now? Like,
I'm angry and I'm upset, and at the same time I'm sad.
yeah, she'll look down at him and like close his like terrified eyeballs and just kind of say, "Sorry."
Yeah, and as he went limp there was just that last little gasp of horror that you heard of just like that.
What?
Like the air kind of escaping and like his heart stopping and him like shrieking in terror as he went limp in your arms. Is there anything else you want to do in the brief moments that you have before people...
This is gonna look really bad. We're gonna check his pockets.
What's that?
So this is gonna look really bad. We're gonna check his pockets.
Okay. In the pockets, you just find some loose change, some handful of gold. That's it.
Does he have a tattoo?
No tattoo.
Okay. On either of his arms.
Nope. Nothing.
I pull out the stone.
Okay.
Staffers.
Yes, I know. Make my way to the prison. I know.
Change of plans.
What do you mean, change of plans? What happened?
Change of plans. There's been a murder.
I told you to keep him on in peace.
I tried everything I could. I just was too late.
Okay, where are you?
I'm near the market, but I'm going to a boat.
A boat.
I shouldn't go to a boat, but I really am angry. Tell me not to be angry, Jeffers.
Don't be angry.
Can you at least try to sound convincing?
I am trying to be convincing. If there's been a murder and you're involved in any way, or it looks like you're involved, then doing something rash or doing something out of anger is not going to help the situation.
Yes, thank you for those words that I needed to hear out loud instead of just my head. Yeah, I'll be here by the market.
Okay. I am on my way shortly. You no sooner get done with that conversation and people are starting to come over and grabbing the Gallen's arm and they're like, let go of him! What did you do to him? And like there's one person that kind of like starts looking at the face and we're like, what? I don't see him breathing. He's not breathing. And just people making different comments about his complexion and what he looks like. And at this point, you start to see some guards that are starting to come around from different parts of the streets and coming in that direction and jogging in that direction. And they eventually come up and...
far though. They were way behind me, so.
What's that?
They were pretty far behind me, like, they weren't. Theoretically, they shouldn't have to get involved. So I'll kind of, like, try to tell Brockton and, like, Kindred, like, back up. Don't get involved.
They just kind of, like, glance at each other and then kind of ease their way into the crowd, and they disappear from where you can see them.
Sibble would just sit.
Okay.
Basically, fingers steepled, head down. Just, she won't say anything. She'll just wait.
Okay. Well, eventually the guards come up, and before we get in, we're not going to get into them questioning you or anything, but that is where we will pick up next time, is from this terrible occurrence. Kim's like, no, you can't do that to me.
No, I knew it was coming. It just doesn't make it less angry.
Yeah.
Oh, I just feel so stupid.
Or not stupid, but more of just defenseless and
No, like,
useless.
I should have known the distance between the like, I should have recognized the fact that it happened at different times, so the poison would take effect at different times. I should have realized that, and I didn't. And I feel dumb. Because I knew it. That's why I asked about where he touched him in the shoulder. Like, I knew. I freaking knew. This is the second time you've killed an NPC, and I knew you were about to do it. And it makes me angry. Ah! Like, I'm not angry at Colton. I'm just angry at this situation. Ah! It's frustrating. Because it's twice now, and I knew it both times. So frustrating.
Alright, so where we left off last time, Kim, you were chasing after the Duke's son, and upon doing so, you had Festus following him, and he started showing signs similar to that of the two thugs that held up Jeannie Jamin there several conversations ago. And he started exhibiting similar things that they were doing. So you tried to catch up to him and try to get to him in time, and seemed to just miss the window of being able to get to him in time to stop whatever toxin or poison was in his system. And you were in the middle of the street in King's Harbor, holding the dead son of the Duke in your arms, and people are starting to come around and start saying things like, who is that? What happened to him? What did she do to him? And they begin to get closer, and guards start to show up, and you checked around the spot where Herschel seemed to have gripped the Duke's son's shoulder, and you see indeed another spot where similar prick or something happened there, and you see the black vein-like corruption going across his chest and his back and into across his neck as well, similar to the two thugs that died in front of you earlier that morning. So that's where we pick up, and you're still sitting there on your knees, slumped, holding the Duke's son, and some of the village or some of the city folk, start to grab him and grab you and try to separate the two of you. And you told Aya and Brockton to kind of scatter, and they seem to have backed up and intermingled with the crowd and seem to have disappeared. And guards begin to show up and make way, and they start to make their way through the crowd here that is formed, and one of them approaches you and says, "What's going on here?"
This man was running chaotically through the street, and I tried to help him, and he's not responsive.
You say that, and one of the city folk speaks up and like, "I saw him. He was running like a madman, and she stretched her hand out, and something happened. I don't know, but he just was running, and then she showed up, and then he ended up like this." And there's another townsfolk or another person that speaks up like, "Yeah, I saw it too." And then people start chiming in and be like, "Yeah, me too." It's like, all right. Let's keep this civil now, folks. All right, let's try to keep this under control. I can't listen to everyone at the same time. Ma'am, if you don't mind, let me hear at least your side of things and what happened. You say that he was running down the street frantically, and...
Yes.
Okay. And what happened after that?
He looked quite panicked, as if he was running from something, if he was afraid. And I've seen similar symptoms in other persons fairly recently, and so I thought it might be the same problem. And knowing that he wouldn't respond sanely, I used the power of the Creator to compel him to come to me so I could attempt to heal the injury that I suspected he has sustained. But I didn't. I appear to have not gotten to him in time.
I see. Well, as much as I would like to take you at your word, and you say that you are a follower of the Creator, and it seems that you might have some abilities and some knowledge on what has happened to this young man, I still need to take you in until we can sort this out.
Yeah, I'm willing to assist you and comply with whatever you need.
All right, and he looks over at another guard there. There's several there now that have made their way through the crowd, and kind of nods to them, and two of them grab a hold of the Duke's son's body, and another two kind of like come over to your sides and try to urge you to stand up as if they're going to escort you somewhere. As you are standing up, I'm assuming you are. Yes? No?
Yeah, I'll stand up. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you are standing up, you can hear some whispers here and there from the crowd of, I don't know, I think that she had something to do with it. How does she have knowledge about, what's going on? And there's different whispered, hushed conversations going on. And as you stand up, the guards kind of, not harshly, but firmly take a grasp on each of your arms and start to lead you through the crowd. All right, folks, make way, make a hole, and people start to part out of the way. And in doing so, you get close to out of the crowd, and there's one woman in particular that just looks like, ordinary city or peasant lady. Does have kind of like a hood up, or it's not like covering her face or anything. It's just like she has some kind of wrapping or whatever that goes from her neck like a scarf and then just kind of comes up above her head. And she kind of just squints her eyes and looks at you, and as you exit the crowd, she goes, "Monster!" And other folks start to chime in and be like, "Yeah!" And the guards just kind of
They
keep pushing
have such
you.
a weird voice.
Yeah, and the guards, they just keep pushing you forward and trying to get you out of this situation. And the other guards that grabbed the body, they make their way out of the crowd, and you are escorted to the barracks there within the city. You are brought in, and have you ever been to the barracks before? I can't remember. I know the
have.
Vigons have been there, but
I spoke to the guy.
oh, the captain. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So you
Gura, because he's like a cheese. That's
yes.
right.
You walk in, and it's not a super busy morning. There's not a whole lot of guards like rushing anywhere, or really like any kind of big situational things going on, it seems. So it's pretty calm in the barracks, but you are led up to the central desk there, and the guards go through and tell the person behind the desk kind of the situation on what was going on, where they found you and whatnot, and that they need to put you in holding until it can be sorted out. They take some of your information there on like who you are and that sort of thing, and then they lead you down to a basement part of the barracks where there are cells, and open up one of them, and the guard just kind of motions in for you to step into the cell.
I'm sorry if I am under the wrong understanding. I understand as potentially fairly enough a suspect for this awful crime. I would need to remain available. However, you have no evidence and no proof to hold me as a prisoner, sir, respectfully.
Ma'am, it's just a matter of holding you here until things can be sorted out. We don't want to have you going around the city and then possibly have something else happen. If something does happen while you're in here, then we know that you're not involved in it, and we can rule that out. But until we can sort out what has transpired, we need to have you readily available to have here for questioning.
I will willingly wait around and speak to your superiors. However, I'm not going to be put in a cell. I'll just wait upstairs in a room. You can stand there too if you want, but I don't think that this is necessary.
It is not customary to have someone just waiting in the office under these sorts of circumstances.
These are uncustomary circumstances.
Yes, there is the Duke's son that is involved, and the murder of him, and we don't know who's at fault. And the only one there that seemed to be in the immediate vicinity, other than the crowd that formed.
Sure, I have other important, very pertinent information actually on why I was in the area, and I would like to speak to your superior.
Well, I can certainly see about whether or not he can come down and speak with you, but in the meantime, I need you to wait here. This way we don't have to have personnel watching you 24/7.
Oh, you don't want to hang out with me? That's a pity. Alright.
With all due respect, you seem like a very nice lady, but
No.
again...
I'm here. I'm offering my help willingly. So for your convenience, I will remain here. So further noted.
Alright. I appreciate that, ma'am. And if what you say is true, then it shouldn't be long before this is sorted out, and you'll be on your way.
I don't have long to wait.
And as you go into the cell, he just, gently closes the door and latches it there, and the two that came down with you head back up, or head down the corridor there, and you assume up into the first floor.
Unlawful detaining of a willing participant. Noted. Okay. Cool. Lovely.
Is there any, they didn't take any of your equipment, didn't take anything off of you, so if there's anybody...
That's so ridiculous.
Is there anybody particular that you wish to contact or speak to? Zathras said that he was going to be on his way.
Yeah, he's already on his way. I don't need to.
Okay. And we'll just move on to when he arrives.
Sure.
He shows up. I mean, it doesn't take... It's not much longer after the guards brought you down here and whatnot. You hear a familiar voice coming down the corridor.
Oh.
I told you. I don't need someone coming down here with me just to speak with her. I'm fine. And one of the guards, a younger male fellow, just like, sir, it's protocol. I have to come down here with you. Okay, fine. Just...
That's what they've been telling me all day. Protocol, blah, blah, blah.
And he just kind of comes up to the door of the cell. All right. So, walk me through what happened, what's going on.
Okay. I dump out my backpack. Oh, that's something I could have done while I was waiting.
Okay.
Can I identify that orb?
Sure.
Okay. What do I need to do? Identify. There they are. Let's see. I mean, honestly, we'll just see how good we do. And... Alright, die. Do not begin to... That is a 4, which sounds really good. I need an 18. So a 4 is indeed a flawless. Yes. Okay. So I actually get all of the information on it.
Okay. This essentially has the ability for two orbs are connected. There can be more than 2 that can be connected with the type of empowerment that is used with this, but this one seems to be just 2 connected orbs that allow basically whoever's in the immediate vicinity to speak with each other for whatever duration they feel like. They can basically see each other through the orb and speak with each other and there doesn't seem to be a distance that is correspondent to it or whatever. There doesn't seem to be a certain amount of times that they can do it per day. It just seems like they allow 2 individuals to communicate. Trying to think of what all information you get.
Right. I can tell you.
I know there's a name that you get, like who
I get
made it.
effects and duration. I get how to activate it. if it was involved in anything like important, like its historical relevance, and then I get who made it and who owns it.
Okay. Historical relevance. This one in particular doesn't really have anything super historically like that it's super well known for. These type of basically what you get from it is these types of communication orbs, I guess you could say, have been used for a long time as a way of communication that is longer than just like a sending stone. They're very rare because nobody really makes them anymore. So they're kind of an old
It's like a
form.
landline versus a cell phone.
Yeah, because these are much larger, and
Yeah.
the way that they're activated is simply by touching it, and then it will activate the two orbs, and if someone is in the immediate vicinity of the receiving orb, then they can sense that that the orb is activated, and then you can go on speaking. Most, when it comes to these types of orbs, clerics and priests aren't really generally known for ever using these types of things to communicate. It's always seemed to be wizards or other followers of the Deceiver that generally have used these things in the past. Not to say that there aren't exceptions, but for the vast majority of the time, it's been that way.
Sure.
The name that you get corresponding to this, of who it belongs to, is Cossadin.
Oh, okay. It belongs to Constantine.
Yeah.
Okay. And who made it?
An individual by the name of Natem.
Natem. Nah.
Natem.
Oh boy. Not him. Not him made the orb. Is it with an N or an M on the end?
M is in Mary.
Wonderful. Alright. Sweet. Alright, I'll produce all of the paper that I have on Herschel and his doings. I'll pull out the cloaks and be like,
well, as you
them.
start to pull stuff out, Zathrit's like, looks at the guard and is like, can you just, do you mind just giving us a minute? And he just kind of like, all right,
like unpacking.
I'll be down the hall. And he just kind of wanders down the corridor. You can still see him, but he's like, he's down there a ways.
He's a little ways away now.
So that he can at least see what's going on. He's not necessarily going to hear the conversations that you're having, but... okay. So you start unpacking and...
Unpacking. The guy's walking down the hallway. I was really hoping I would be wrong. Start pulling out more things and then more things and then more things. But I seem to have been right. More things, more things. And I will tell him everything that I found. Insert everything that I found here.
This is very concerning. And you don't know what it is that he plans to do that him and Galen
I don't know
were
the plan.
speaking of.
I don't know the plan. That's why I wanted to try to talk to Galen. I felt
see.
like he would probably tell us if we asked him right. But I never got that chance.
I see. It is rather almost convenient, don't you think? That someone so critical to unraveling possibly this mystery that something were to unexpectedly happen to him. What are they planning? Well, trying to figure out is one thing, what he is planning, but none of this evidence is really going to hold any weight to anyone if you're being accused of killing the Duke's son. So, the first thing is that we need to prove that you were trying to save his life and not trying to kill him, and that he died of some other means and it had nothing to do with you. You said that there were spiders in this area that you found underneath the warehouse.
Yep. Yeah. My
Okay,
vials aren't big enough to put them in, or else I probably would have tried to grab a couple.
I see. Well, that is a potential lead. I don't know what sort of critters they are, but
I know the kind of spider. I'll tell him the kind of spider.
interesting. Well,
Do I know where they come from?
they
Just from
come
around
from a
here.
remote island off, not super close to Praxis, but a remote island off in the ocean.
They're from the middle of the ocean. Yep, there you go.
And the spider basically looks like it's a black, not quite black, it's like a very dark gray. And then
Okay.
on the back where the webbing, I guess, is produced and where they, I forget what
The thorax.
yeah, the thorax, we'll say that. There's a patch that kind of, when you look at it, seems to form the image of like crossbones, sort of like the bottom of like
Oh, it's got like an X with the circle.
yeah, kind of, but without the circle. Just looks like
Oh,
bones
just
that
an
are
X.
yeah, just the bones that are
Okay.
crossed. And it's like a bright white, and it just stands out on the back end.
Roger that. Okay.
But that is my thoughts with the whole situation. Is we need to. You can have all this information and all this evidence,
I mean-
but no one's going to
Right.
believe.
We should
that-
be able to show that I am telling the truth via a detect lie empowerment. And it's not just visible to the person detecting. He can make it so everyone can see.
That is an avenue that we can pursue. We would need to find someone capable of doing that, which shouldn't be too awfully hard.
It's barely out of my reach, let alone someone at the temple.
I forget. Is that
only a-
something that every
It's only
cleric
a
can
fourth
get?
level empowerment, and there are 2 orders that have it in the order. My order has it, so Sovereign's Providence has it, and I have it. Do I actually still have it out? Hold on, I might have it up still.
Okay.
Hmm. If it puts me at the top, it'll be a little while. But there are two, and they're the wisdom-based ones that have it in their order.
Yeah.
And it's only a 4th level empowerment, so you only need to be level 8, I think, to have it.
Okay.
Yeah. So level 9, if you were to get it out of your order. Which, theoretically, there should be several level 9s or higher here at the temple.
All right.
I wouldn't
Well,
think it
I
would
will
take
see
too hard to get
about
that
having
figured out.
someone trying to find someone to do this and to help with that.
Okay.
In
Other
the
options
meantime,
that you
did
have
you
already
have
thought of?
anybody with you?
Yeah.
Because I know that you were speaking about taking Io with you. Was she there?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Was there anybody else?
Was that a happy or okay? Or is that like a grumpy okay? I couldn't tell.
No, it was like, okay. Like, that kind of...
Okay, yes. Yes, there is another person with her right now.
Okay, and who is that?
A dwarf named Brockman.
I can't say I've heard of this individual.
He helped us out in the past with some warlord Goldor kidnapping people on the road problems.
And he has upstanding character, I assume, and all of that.
Yes, the people of this town speak very highly of him.
Okay. Well, that certainly helps too, having some extra people that can speak to your uninvolvement in this. That's a good thing as well.
Oh, I did tell you that there were 2 other dead people. I did tell you about that, right? Well, if I didn't, I am
if you
now.
told me this morning,
No, not
you
this morning.
kind of woke me
I didn't
up
tell
out
you
of a
this
deep sleep, so
That's super fair.
it's a little foggy,
Well, yeah.
even with what you did tell me.
Okay.
So.
All right. Just in case I forgot, there's 2 more dead people. That's how I knew what the symptoms looked like. They also worked for Herschel. They were his like bouncers, bodyguards, money collectors for his debts. They roughed up a buddy of mine, so I was following them to make sure that they didn't go back to where she works, and they just went crazy. And I couldn't stop them from dying either. And I'll tell him where they are. If they're still there, that's where they are.
I see. Okay. But why would...
Yeah, that one doesn't make sense.
What do you remember of... How he didn't seem to do anything on the ship?
No,
when
he
they
had
left.
an accomplice. He had a person in the crowd in the market. They bumped into him. I thought that the goons were pickpocketing the guy, but it was the other way around, and he wasn't taking their money, he was taking their lives.
I see. Interesting.
So I didn't think to look too hard at who they bumped into, because I didn't think it was super important. But I was wrong.
Now, finding this individual would certainly help as well. Do you remember anything about them, what they looked like, what the individual looked like?
Do I remember anything about the individual?
Sure. Make an intelligence check. See what you...
Sure.
See what you can,
This is not something I'm good at, buddy. But I'll try. That's a 14 out of 14.
Okay. You remember the figure looking to be just like an ordinary city person, peasant. Seemed to have like a scarf around the neck area with like a small hood that comes up. Looked to be more of like a feminine figure. You didn't
Does it
really
feel
see.
like that person that had the awkwardly weird, scrapey voice? Who was like, monster! Or whatever.
The figure kind of seems similar, but then again, you didn't see her face with the two thugs or anything, or hear any
Right.
conversation. So,
Right. Okay.
but
There seems
the
similar, but there's
form and
nothing
whatnot
for
seemed.
sure. Okay. Seemed like, if I recall right, I think it was a lady wearing a headscarf.
Okay.
I know that's pretty
Well,
specific.
Yeah, that's not a whole lot to go on, but
I'm gonna try. Man, how late am I allowed to declare a reroll?
how what?
How late am I allowed to declare a reroll? Like, I could roll my human reroll right now and see if I get
I don't know. Is it like 24 hours or is it something that
Oh, it's
refreshes?
once per session. It's
Oh,
once per
okay.
session.
Well, there you go. Okay.
But, like, I didn't use it last time at all anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead and use it if you want.
Okay, I can't think of anything else I need to roll it for. So that's a 10. It's slightly better. I don't know if it actually matters, but we'll find out. Ooh, a 10 moves me down to good.
Yeah, I mean the lady. I mean you didn't really recognize her, but
Right.
from thinking back at the market and whatnot, it definitely seems like it's the same individual.
Okay. So I got a better look at her this morning. This time, can I describe what she looked at like this time? Because I could see her face this morning.
Yeah, you can give a description of
Okay.
kind of what
I
she
will
looked
give a
like.
description.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, that is something to go off of as well. All right. Well, at least we're not completely without any leads.
Which hand did Herschel? It was his left hand, right?
Yes, it was his left hand.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll just double tap on the fact that it looked like it was one of his rings, probably his left hand, since he had a drink in his right. Just watch for that, I guess.
All right. Keep that in mind. And as he says that, you hear a set of footsteps coming down the hallway, and you hear a familiar voice that you've heard before. Deep, charming sounding. Well. I can't say I've ever known Zathras to come down to the barracks to personally see a prisoner. And you continue to hear footsteps coming down the hallway, and you see a figure begin to...
I want to, as quickly as possible, like, tuck things into the... Like, no! I'm going to tuck those away, because if he knows I was in there, he's going to move the spiders. Try and tuck things away and kind of, like, slide away and, like, try and, like, glare at Zathras to make it look like I'm angry at him.
Okay.
Like, look like you're angry!
And, you see Baron Herschel approach Zathras, not even looking at you, just looking at Zathras, and, well, occasionally I like to come down and speak with those, especially ones that seem to have some connections to my guild, and I don't want my guild's name being run through the muck. I'm sure you'll understand, being a businessman and all. And Herschel kind of reaches up, like with his left hand, as if to like tap Zathras on the shoulder, and in like a friendly, just like smack, and Zathras kind of backs up instinctually with the information that you just recently gave him, and he's like, aha. Well, I'll leave you to it. I just couldn't help but hear the buzz about the unfortunate demise of the Duke's son. What an unfortunate turn of events. And this is who they say was at the scene. Interesting indeed. Well, I'll leave you to it then. I just had to come and see for myself to see what the face of a murderer for the Duke's son, what that looked like. But
Well, you can certainly stay if you want. I heard you were good friends.
good friends with whom?
Oh, the Duke's kid, whoever that, what was his name again? I wasn't super familiar.
I believe Galen is his name. But being on the council, as you can imagine, yes, I have close relationships with the Duke and his family, as does Zathras and all the other council members.
Yeah.
I also have personal meetings with him, being the keeper of the money for the city, and any conversations that we need to have for big purchases and paying for things inevitably leads to a meeting that we have to have. So yes, I have a close relationship with the Duke and his family. This hits quite hard, and I would appreciate it if you don't treat it so lightly.
Yeah, you look really shook up about it.
Well, we all deal with these types of things in our own way. Sure you understand. Or maybe not. I don't know how a murderer deals with the kill afterwards and dealing with it. I personally wouldn't be able to sleep with and live with myself.
I'm pretty sure they go right back to bed.
Well, I'll leave you to it, Zathras. Like I said, I just had to come and see for myself. Have a good day. And he kind of just casually turns around and makes his way down the corridor and upstairs, you assume. Zathras kind of waits a few moments after he disappears around the corner. You know, I always did get the chills while around that man. Something just always felt uneasy about him. Never could put my finger on it. Anyway, where were we?
Thinking of a plan.
Yes. Well,
Ugh.
now he knows that you were at the scene, apparently. I'm sure he has means to find out information on why you were there, even. I'm sure he will
More than
ask
likely.
around.
You should probably leave. You should get to those spiders probably as fast as possible before he moves them. If you want one, anyway. But
Well,
anyone could go in there. There are 12 of these. I think there are 12 of them. And if he ever goes down there, he'll know I took a bunch of things.
No, that is not
So if
good
the
at all.
spiders is your lead that you're after, then you should probably get out of here. As much as I enjoy your company.
Alright, well... It seems like
Well, it
you
doesn't
still
have to
have
be
all
you,
of
but-
your items and everything. It doesn't seem like they confiscated anything, so... I am just
No.
a call away. I will see what I can do and what information I
For
can
now.
find out. See what strings I can pull.
Well, just be careful. Is there a way you could get this stuff? I don't know. I don't know. Is this the safest place for it or not?
The safest place for what?
Like, I point at my backpack.
Well, there are a bunch of guards that guard this building, and it would be hard to infiltrate, but at the same time, I don't know if they're gonna confiscate it, so it's hard to tell.
So, I mean, I'd say you could walk away with it, but I mean, you don't usually carry a backpack.
But I can arrange to have someone come and take it.
I'd ask a couple of someone's just in case one person might not be safe. But,
Of course.
yeah. Alright. Thanks.
Of course. And he gives you a nod and then begins to walk down the corridor up and out. All right. Is there anybody that you would like to contact at all, or?
Probably not yet.
Okay. Just
I'd
sit
like-
and wait
I'd
and
probably-
see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, Zathras is gonna do his Zathrasy thing, so I'm gonna give him some time to do it, and then hear, hey, these are the next things, and then probably see what I need to do from there, if anything. But
Okay.
yeah, probably just wait for a bit,
All right.
and just kind of trust
It's
that
se-
they'll have
yeah.
it.
It's several hours pass. A good, well, it's probably more than several. It's more like 4 or 5 hours go by.
I go to sleep
Yeah.
also.
Um,
I have been awake all night. I go to bed.
And you do wake up occasionally with the sound of guards kind of walking through the corridors and people being brought in and cells being opened, and they don't really take into consideration of like, oh, you're in a cell and you're trying to sleep. Like, they don't really take that into consideration. They're just doing their thing, doing their job.
That's
And if you
fine,
wake up,
but-
so be it. But
Right.
it's like 4 or 5 hours later. 2 figures show up. One around your height, and one a little bit smaller and stockier. Show up with essentially like medieval style trench coats, like just like totally
Trench
like
coat.
baggy, just hanging over the shoulders and everything, and the hood is down, and they show up, and you see Aya and Brocknan there, and they come to the cell door, and Aya
Yeah,
says,
neither of you look conspicuous.
well, how are you holding up?
They're a little bit more comfortable than people make them out to be.
Oh, well, that's at least a silver lining, I guess.
That's a lie. These beds are awful.
Oh. And Brockman's like, oh, it can't be any worse than sleeping out in the woods. Having a
You
root
know,
up your
you're
back.
right. It cannot be worse. You have a point.
I remember one time, and Aya kind of like gives him a nudge, like, really? It's like, sorry.
Oh no, it's a good story.
So, Aya, did anybody come to speak with you? Like, what's going on? What's happening? Is anybody
Well,
looking into things?
yeah, Zathras has all the information. He's working on it.
Okay,
That's what he
that's
said.
good.
Mhm.
Did he say anything about the stuff that we acquired from what we investigated and found?
He basically said that it was very powerful evidence, but it couldn't be used effectively as long as I'm in here.
That's understandable. Did he say anything about keeping it, like, or where to put it for safekeeping?
I think he was intending to send some people over here to collect it, just in case it gets confiscated eventually.
Okay.
So he would take responsibility for keeping it safe and secret until it was.
Okay.
Oh, and Herschel came by.
He
Yep.
didn't.
Oh, yeah, he did. Mhm.
Brognan just
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
shakes his head. That filthy monster. And Aya's just like, the absolute
Yeah.
nerve. Can't believe that man. Can't believe that he would
He knows
even
what he's
show his
doing.
face. Well,
I mean, we're talking about the guy who went right back to bed after he killed his coworker's kid. I mean, that's who we're talking about here.
that's true.
He is a really good actor. He should consider theater.
Did he see you talking to Zathras at all?
Yeah. Yeah, he did. Hmm. Yep.
Does he
Big-
know that
big
you
problem.
were working with anyone?
No,
Okay,
not
good.
to my knowledge.
Let's keep it that way. I know that Zathras has the best of intentions and probably is going to send somebody to take care of that evidence. But if Herschel saw you speaking with him, if he's calculated all the way up until this point, he's probably not going to let Zathras send somebody to get this evidence. And if he's gone into that area since, he knows more than likely somebody is intervened and is going to be looking for his things back.
Yep. Absolutely.
And if he was here, he already knows that you have stuff with
My
you.
stuff.
So,
Yeah, my stuff.
but he doesn't know about us.
Uh-huh.
We
You want
might-
to take it?
We might just be the variable that he doesn't foresee
Know about.
and know about. What do you think?
I mean, I brought you along because you're sneaky, so do your sneaky thing.
We'll guard it with our lives. And
I hope that doesn't have to be true. I guess I have to take everything out one at a time and like feed it through the bar. It's a really thick backpack.
Yeah. But after
We sit
all
here
the
for 20
items
minutes.
are passed through, she reaches an arm through for you as if to like shake your hand or...
Sure. I'll give her a shake.
As you reach for her hand, she kind of grasps your forearm and kind of pulls you close to the bars and says, "We will not fail you. We will get you out of this."
I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about all the people that are going to get affected after this. He's probably close to doing his plan right now.
We seem to be the only ones that know about it, other than Zathras, from what you said of telling him, and we seem to be
Yeah.
the only ones on the trail, and probably the only ones that can stop it. But we can't do it without you.
I'm sure you'll be alright. I'm not too worried about getting out of here. There's not a lot of evidence technically pointing to any kind of motive. So I'm gonna make some phone calls, try and see if I can't help Zathras out a bit in expediting my release, I suppose. But stay safe, stay hidden, don't take any risks you don't have to right now.
We won't. And she releases your arm, and she takes the bag and kind of tucks it underneath her cloak, and they make their way.
Oh wait, important detail. You don't know.
What's that?
He has an accomplice. A lady.
Accomplice?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
An accomplice. There's a lady working with him.
I didn't see any lady.
Yeah, she bumped into those two goons. I didn't even tell you about the goons. I watched other people die. That's how I knew that was happening to the Duke's son. Anyway, when they died, this lady bumped into him and she like stabbed him with like a little poker, like what Herschel did with the ring, in the arm. That's where the poison came from. Lady wears a head covering, looks like this. Watch out for that one.
Okay. That's good information to know. Okay. Was she there?
She was there. She was there.
I see. Okay. Well, hopefully she doesn't know that we're working together.
Hopefully not.
Alright. Well, we best be on our way.
Alright, stay safe. Both of you.
We'll try. And they...
Well, technically all three of you.
Yes.
Zuri,
and-
we didn't forget.
Yeah, Zuri's not with them right now.
Fair enough. Hard to hide when you're walking around with a cat.
Yeah. But they take their leave. There is a point where the captain comes down to try to get basically to get a statement from you to get your side of things. Comes down, basically goes through the whole entire, like, you know, what happened and all that kind of stuff. How much information are you relaying to him?
Is this Gura?
Yes.
Or is this the, okay. Sniff.
Sniff.
I want to make a sniff check first. Yeah.
Okay.
I want to see if he resembles the scent of any of the random ones that I smelt on any of the cloaks.
Does not ring a bell.
Okay. Sniff check. Perfect. Alright. I will leave out a few pieces of information. Namely, where Brocknun and Ginger are kind of hiding out and that kind of stuff. But I'll tell them basically everything. Keep the story pretty streamlined, not go into anything too specific, but I was looking into the thing that I told you about that we went over. I followed some leads that led me to check in on the Baron Herschel, and I was checking out one of his warehouses, and I found some things that were related to this stoic dragon or hydra head dragon Hydra head, and he seems to be involved in some sketchy things. And one of those things is spider poison. And I was near the market, and I saw the symptoms in this guy that was running down the street. So I tried to go and help him, and I couldn't get there in time.
Well, this is very concerning turn of events that you are relaying, and I hope you understand the weight of what it is to accuse a member of the council of doing such things. However,
Wouldn't be the first time I've accused a council member and been right.
however, did you tell him about like your conversation with like Zathras and whatnot?
Not unless he asked.
Okay. Well,
Like, he already knew I was in contact with Zathras, because Zathras was the one who gave me permission to look into this in the first place.
yeah. I just didn't know if you mentioned the conversation that was had down here in the cells or not.
No.
Okay.
Well, yeah, why not? I'll say that I mean, he would probably know what I'll be like. I'll tell him Zathras came down and we spoke about what's going on.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. Well, before anything can be proceeded with investigating the Baron, though we can do some preliminary investigations concerning the evidence that you have explained to me here, and try to see what involvement he had in the murder of the Duke's son. We can look into it, but I hope you understand that any evidence that you would have, and really accusing a member of the council while being accused of being a murderer, is going to be difficult to...
I'm sorry, being a first responder on a poison scene makes you a immediate and only suspect?
It was the fact of you being on scene, and every eyewitness that has been spoken to that was at the scene said that he looked like he was in a panic and
He was.
beside himself, but it
He
seemed to
was.
have escalated whenever you got involved, and he ended up passing while he was within your... while you were touching him, I guess you could say.
Technically speaking, he died before I touched him, because if I had touched him first, the poison would have stopped. Just saying. Because that's how stop poison works.
Well, I'm not a cleric, so I don't know
you-
much about the gifts that those that claim to be clerics have, and how that works. All I know is he was alive and now he's not, and somebody is responsible for making him not alive, and it is my job to find out who it is. And you're the only lead that we have as of now until we can prove otherwise. So, I just want to get your side of the story and find out what you know and why you were there and all of that.
Alright, just keep your eyeballs open.
Well, we will continue our investigation
I
and
trust
search.
that you will be as fair as is possible.
Yes, and we will be as thorough as possible as well. We are still investigating the body and determining what it is that killed him. It seems related to some sort of toxin, which seems to correlate with your story. We will need to investigate the docks and the area that you have described to see the connection there and see if that is connected to this, and Herschel's connection to this.
So slow. It's been hours. He's probably moved everything by now. You know he was down here, right?
Baron Herschel was here.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he was here.
No, I did not know that.
Yes, he came down.
Well,
Yeah, he interrupted my conversation with Zach.
I see. Well, we'll do everything we can and try to prove who is guilty and who is innocent in this matter. For now, I don't really... anything that you've told me or said to me doesn't really seem to scream that you are indeed the individual responsible for the murder. With that in mind, I feel comfortable with releasing you as long as you stay within the city grounds.
I will.
We will be sending someone with you to make sure that you stay within the city grounds.
Oh, I get a friend.
I would suggest
Make sure they're funny.
you stay somewhere that you can stay out of trouble. Preferably, maybe, you said that you spoke to Zathras. I assume you have a close relationship with the guild?
I'm a member, actually.
Well,
That's a whole weird story.
perhaps it would be a good idea to maybe wait this out at the guild grounds, and that way we don't have to worry. We know where to find you, and we don't have to worry about any further involvement with the investigation.
Oh, well, yeah, we'll see what happens. No promises.
He just
About
kind of
staying in one spot. I'm bad at staying out of trouble.
he just gives you kind of like a raised eyebrow, but still
It finds me. I don't want it. It just shows up.
he gives like a small chuckle and then opens the cell door. All right, miss. Stop by the main desk. They will assign a guard to you, and you can be on your way.
Thank you, Mr. Gura.
I do apologize for the wait that you have had to
Yeah, I got
be
to take a
down
nap.
here.
It's
I
been a
had
long.
other priorities on my list that I needed to tend to and were in need of my attention.
Yeah, you're probably pretty busy.
Sometimes I think that it's going to be a non-busy day or an easygoing day, and then I slap myself later for ever thinking that, because it turns out being anything but. But
Oh, did you hear about in this area of town?
hear about what?
I'm gonna tell him about the two thugs. Did you hear about that?
We did receive reports of two individuals in an alley. Yes.
Mm-hmm. You should check them for poison too, if I were you. And I'd also look at who they worked for. Have a nice day.
And he would nod his head and say, "All right, it is noted," and would walk up with you to the front desk, and there he kind of tells the desk what's going on and that a guard would need to be assigned, and then
Oh, I get a
takes his
friend.
leave. And a few moments later, there is a guard that comes to the desk and speaks to the one at the desk and says, "Hi, I'm the one that is to be assigned, I guess, to watch her." And
Oh, I like him already.
the person at the desk just sort of
curious.
nods and motions for you that you are free to go.
Sweet. Hey, I'm Sibble. What's your name?
They let me grab my sheet here.
Oh
because
yeah.
I
Give me
don't-
all that juicy NPC information. Yes, another soul to torment. Wonderful.
another soul to torment.
Oh yeah, I'll bet you this guy is either gonna be my enemy or he's gonna work for me. One of those two.
Oh man.
That's what I do to every NPC apparently. Unless they die first. Sadness.
Let's see here. This is Quentin.
Quentin.
Yes.
Hello, Quentin.
Hi. You
I like kind of like do like the awkward like circle around. I'm looking at his gear. I'm like, what does he have? Short sword, long sword, spear? What are we looking at?
Has a short sword there, and has a dagger as well. Regular city guard garb on. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice sword. Looks really sharp. Can't tell it's in a scabbard. I want to give him a sniff. Sniff, sniff. Scent of Quentin.
Scent of Quentin.
Yes.
Okay.
Not familiar.
You get a slight familiar scent from this. Not like it's coming from him directly, but more like he was in close proximity or rubbed up against somebody or something like that that had a familiar scent. Like it's faint.
Huh. What kind of familiar? Familiar that I could name or familiar that I can't name?
That you can't name. It's when I say a familiar scent, it's from one of the cloaks that you found down in.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought.
Yeah.
I just wanted to double check.
Like I said, it's like it's very faint. not like it's his own personal thing. It seems like
Gotcha.
something like, he brushed up against somebody and it's their, cologne or something, that type of deal.
Gotcha. Huh. You seem like a really popular guy, Quentin. Have a lot of friends.
Well, I'm kind of new. I haven't really
What?
been on the guard squad for very long.
No way.
But I mean, there's some people that have at least welcomed me anyway. It's not been.
Oh yeah? Who? Give me some names. Come on. It's all right. You can say.
Oh, I don't really think I'm supposed to just share names with you.
Oh, you can't talk about your friends.
Well.
Oh. Huh.
I just, I don't really know you, and I'm supposed to watch you for some reason, and I don't really want to just go out giving acquaintances or close friends of mine names to someone that I'm guarding. So
I mean, I guess that's
if
fair.
that's okay.
No, you're right. I'm very dangerous. Okay.
I mean, you are a little intimidating, I suppose.
Well, you're a little intimidating, also, I suppose.
Oh, you think so? And he kind of nudges his his helmet a little bit, almost like he's like, oh shucks.
Oh gosh, I need an insight check on Quentin.
Sibble's
really bad.
Oh my lord, why? Why?
When I said I wanted a funny one, I didn't mean like this kind of funny.
You gave me a greenie, man. You gave me a greenie.
Why did you do this? Alright, I need an insight check on Quentin.
Okay.
Alright. Ooh, that dice went on a trip. Alright, it's a solid 10. Very average. Out of 18 is something in the middle. 10 makes it a great success for an insight check on Quentin. Is he genuinely like the way that he sounds, or is he just pretending to be the way he is?
No, he seems very, very genuine and very green at what he does.
Poor guy. Quentin. Alright. I'll tell you what. Alright, Quentin, I'll tell you what. I'll protect you with my life. Alright, let's go.
We must protect Quentin with everything we have. Sacrifice everything to keep him alive.
This poor little boy.
Nothing else matters.
Alright. Hey, have you ever been to the Hungry Mammoth?
No, can't say.
Oh my goodness, it's so good. Come on, we're gonna go. I'm hungry.
Okay. After you, then, I guess.
Alright, I just go.
Alright. He follows you through, and he is your escort basically for the foreseeable future until things blow over and the investigation is over. So
at what time is it?
At this point it is a little bit afternoon, since the whole thing there with it'd probably be closer to, actually it'd be after 1 o'clock. It'd be closer to 2-ish.
Oh yeah, I'm hungry.
I mean, they would have brought something down for you to eat in the morning.
It's just not the same.
Yeah, but it's it's prison food essentially.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna go get real food, and I'm gonna buy food for Quentin, and he'll probably like it. It's really good. Then I guess I need to go to the temple Where else do we need to go? Are you like, where are you going to sleep, Quentin? 'Cause you're not sleeping in my room.
No, I'll just be in the general vicinity of where you are. Where are you staying?
Yeah, I hadn't decided yet.
He kind of like, you can sense the fact that he's probably blushing a little bit underneath his helmet, and just like, I've never asked a girl where she's staying before.
Oh no, buddy, it's okay. He's probably right. I'll probably sleep with the guild.
Okay.
Have you ever been to the guild? It's really cool. You can count as my +1, like for the guest registry, but you have to behave in there, okay? If you do something, it's like my fault, so you better behave. If I take you in there.
Right. Yeah, I will be on my best behavior.
Mm-hmm. Promise?
Yep. And gives you
Okay.
kind of like a thumbs up.
Oh no. I feel like I'm guarding Quentin, not the other way around. Oh my god. No! No! Wow, girl, you're the worst! Oh my god.
I feel like I'm protecting
no.
Quentin, not the other way around. Why does this always happen to me?
Why is this happening? Alright, we eat food, we go to the temple. Alright, temple! Bam.
Okay. What are we doing at the temple?
Hello, front desk person. Ding ding.
Well, hello.
Ah,
what
hello.
Can I help you with?
I need to have a meeting. Hold on, let me go through all my notes. Na 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 ba-dur.
Badur.
Doop, 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 doop. Oh, was this not on day 1? Did I do this on day 2? No idea. Perfect. Who are you?
This is
Great.
Ingrid. She's a female dwarf.
Oh, I've totally heard this person's name before. Yeah, I want to talk to... Is his name Arlen? Is that accurate?
That is the high priest, yes.
Yeah. I spoke with the high priest Arlen 2 days ago about a case. Something new has come up in that case, and if he has 10 minutes to spare, I would be most grateful for them.
Okay. Let me check to see if he is available or what he is up to currently. Do you mind waiting for a few minutes?
I will wait for a few minutes.
Okay, thank you. And she...
Do they have any berries?
Yeah, they have some berries there.
Quentin, you know what these are? Come on, tell me you know what these are.
They look like berries. Are they
Well done!
I don't know the type of berries.
Okay.
I'm not too I don't eat as much fruit as I probably should. To be honest.
Okay. I'll just name the berries, and I'll teach him the berries.
Oh, well,
I'll be like, this is a strawberry, this is a raspberry, this is a blackberry, even though it's purple, and go through the.
Oh well, I mean,
These
I
are
know
not
the
poisonous.
generic berries. I just assumed that with them being in the temple here, that it was kind of like a trick question type deal of like there was something different about them, but
Not really. No.
oh, okay.
No, they're blessed berries. Like we can the clerics here can use the power of the creator to bless them, and they function as a suitable substitute for one meal.
Does the taste change at all?
That's a good question. I've never really thought to try to notice. Does the taste change at all?
He like picks one up and like holds it and then pops one in the mouth.
I'm gonna sniff it.
Well,
They don't smell different.
they taste a little bit sweeter than
How did you have room for that? We just ate, mate.
Oh, that's right. I'm not gonna die, am I?
No, you won't. But you certainly won't need to eat tonight. Don't worry. The best part is you can eat up to 15 of these in a day, so you should be totally fine.
15? How can someone survive that? Who eats 15 times in a day?
Here's the best part, Quentin. There's no constipation afterwards or bloating. It is the best thing ever.
Oh.
Creator does know what he's doing.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's good. Oh boy.
Oh, you'll be fine. Suck it up.
I think it's I think it's starting now. Oh my.
It's in your head. Bro, you're psyching yourself out here. Dude, it's just a berry. How are you gonna beat a monster? Bro, Quentin, I need you to relax.
My throat is
for
swelling.
everybody.
I think my throat is sweating. Maybe I'm allergic to blessed berries.
No, I think it's you. Oh my gosh. Is there like a remove anaphylaxis miracle? Oh no! Quentin! Oh my gosh.
Ingrid comes back and is like, is he okay? He looks a little, a little pale. He's like, I'm fine.
Hi. He ate a berry and he's worried because he just ate. He's fine. He's just a little... Yeah.
Oh, honey, it's fine. You'll be fine. And he's like, okay, I'm just gonna go over here and sit for a bit, if that's okay. Oh. He just kind of like meanders over to a bench and just kind of like sits there like, oh my. Alright, Ingrid comes back and was like, Arlen is here at the moment, but he is currently in a meeting. How much time do you have? Or is there another time possibly that you can come back? Or
I have a pretty open schedule right now, so whatever his schedule is, I can totally work around that.
Okay. Well, in that case, if you have other things that you need to go and do, we can contact you and let you know when his schedule is free and open for a meeting.
Wow, okay. There's no, like, probably within this many hours or whatever? Like, this is just indefinite?
At this point, we don't really know at this point.
Okay. Sure.
Sorry, I wish I had a more concise answer for you.
It's fine. Yeah. Alright. Yep. Sibble Van Mosdem, just checking in about the, Winter's Dawning Festival. Again.
Okay. I will, make note of that, and, like I said, we'll let you know when, he is, available.
Amazing. Thank you very much.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, you too.
And she goes back to whatever she was doing before, whenever you approached. Alright.
Amazing. Alright. Alright. I'm going to go back to the Slayers Guild. I'll probably talk to the dragon and probably call Isaac. and then that'll probably be the night, unless these people call me back, which they probably won't.
Yeah, he's gonna be busy for pretty much the
Yeah,
rest of the day.
I kind of figured he'd be busy.
Yeah.
That's fine. All right, so that's kind of the plan.
Okay.
All right, Quentin, this is the big tree. Don't poke it; they get touchy.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Don't touch tree. He kind of like pulls out like a small like notebook that he has in his armor.
You just had that in your pocket?
Yeah. Is that not normal for someone to have like a little notebook on them?
I pull out my notebook.
Yeah. So what are you
And my
getting
pencil.
on my case for?
No, I was surprised that we had something in common.
Oh. Oh. Yeah. Well. Like I said, I'm kind of new to this, so I try to write things down to kind of go over them later. To, you know.
Oh my
things that
goodness, me too.
Things that I learned and whatnot to kind of remind myself and to kind of
Wow.
be a better soldier, guard, you know.
Do you do any drawing?
No, not much of a drawer.
Is that because you haven't tried, or because you just don't think you can?
I've tried, but it just never really turns out well. Like, I have a vision in my head of, like, what I want it to look like, and then when it's done, it looks absolutely terrible. Like, it's unidentifiable. It's so bad.
Well, you are in luck. I happen to be an art teacher.
Oh. I
When,
would not have taken you as a art teacher.
Yeah,
No
actually,
offense,
that's
but,
my main job, actually, art teacher.
and how did you end up doing what you do now?
If I can teach 6-year-olds, I'm sure I could improve your art a bit. Tell you what, I have a few people that I'm going to contact, and afterwards we'll spend the evening in the library drawing. Yes?
Okay, sure. I guess that'll pass the time a little, I suppose.
You can say no if you don't want to.
Oh, I'm not really doing anything else.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Very well. This way then.
And he just goes on following you.
Oh my gosh.
Alright.
Alright. I'll call Isaac.
Alright. What are you touching base with Isaac?
Do you want the words or do you want the general gist? It sounded like a general gist.
Yeah, just the general gist.
How is the big platinum donut going? I think I found the spider. I'm also kind of maybe under partial house arrest for murder. Yay. Totally. Maybe have it sort of under control. If you want to come back anytime, that'd be cool.
Okay. Just so I know for next session or this coming Sunday so that I can...
Yeah, I can write it out for you.
Okay.
That I can do. Yeah.
Okie doke. You said you wanted to talk to the dragon. We can,
Yeah. Sure do.
We can either do that, or we can, you can send me your talking points and I can kind of... That's up to you.
I'd be down to just do it right now and get it out of the way.
Okay.
So I just have one thing to do. If that's alright with you.
That's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. You sit down somewhere and focus on the sword, and you find yourself eventually in a familiar space within the the sword somewhere, and the familiar image of the dragon there. Hello. What can I do for you, young one?
I don't know. I just kind of wanted to stop time for a little while, honestly.
I see. Seems like there's a lot that's been going on lately.
Yeah, it's been kind of busy.
Need to get anything off your chest, possibly?
Probably.
What's on your mind?
Is it always like this?
What do you mean?
Is is it blah. Does everything always get worse before it gets better, or does it ever just get better?
Well, over the years of my existence, I've learned that the night is darkest just before the light comes. So, it cannot get the light cannot come about until it is at first dark. Because without the dark, there is no light. There's got to be a contrast between the two. It allows us to see the contrast between the two, to appreciate the light when it is here and the good times, or when things are going well and things are good. So, if things seem bad now, it's probably because it's just before things are about to get better. At least, that's been my experience.
What if it just keeps getting darker? What if it doesn't ever get bright?
Feeling like things are never going to get better and that things are always going to be dark. It's not a new thing. It's not a new experience. You and the heritage that you have, it's nothing new for someone of your heritage. The Belmont family went through many a dark time in the past. The things did get better. There are always good times too. Times of joy and happiness, and I guess can't really speak for myself because I'm not exactly those that came before you, but I would assume that thinking back on the good times and the times that brought joy to their hearts is probably what got them through the darkest of times. That and their belief in the Creator, and the Creator has his own way of giving comfort in dark times as well. But sometimes it's through reminding us of the good times. I don't know if that helps at all, or whether that answers your question.
Maybe a bit. One What if I'm just not supposed to do this, Dragon? I don't know that I'm very good at it.
Very good at what exactly? Good at fighting? Survival?
Protecting people, Dragon.
Uh,
That's why I started to do this whole thing anyway, was to make sure people were safe. I haven't kept very many people safe today.
well, you can't protect everyone. It is something that is the unfortunate truth of those that seek to protect the innocent. The fact is, you can't protect everyone. There's always going to be those that unfortunately slip through, and there's nothing you can do, and it is out of your control. I guess the only thing we can do is focus on those that we can save. And if we don't stop trying to save lives, if we don't stop, then we're bound to save some. And it's better, I guess, to focus on those that we can save versus those that we can't. If it were up to me, none of my previous wielders would have met an end. If I could keep them alive indefinitely, I would, but that is not something I am capable of doing. It is not my purpose, and it is not within my power to grant that.
That must stink. I'm sorry. Honestly, don't think I thought about that before.
Over the course of the years that the Belmont family has wielded me, I have formed very close bonds with each of them. And I've had to watch them over the years grow weaker, older, slower, and eventually watch them pass on. But it is the hope and the excitement of what is to come, the new relationships, the new person that I get to spend time with, that makes it bearable, at least for me anyway. It's something that is an unfortunate thing that happens, but is something that I look forward to in the new connection that I get to have and that I get to make. Hopefully this is helpful in some way.
Yeah.
I know it's probably hard to relate to someone that's been around as long as I have, but I'm trying to at least relate to someone who doesn't have a lifetime or an existence as long as mine.
You just that's it. You're not in any way. You I don't know. You just don't sound disappointed enough.
Disappointed? Disappointed in what? And what?
I it's hard to say it in words because it sounds really kind of weird or bad, but I'm disappointed in me.
You're disappointed in yourself. For what exactly? Not being able to save a life.
Yeah, that I should have. I could have. And I didn't. Like, he was not even my friend. I didn't even know him. He's even working for the bad guys, and I feel completely awful about this.
Oh, you have a good heart, young one, and that is not something that is. It is something to hang on to and to hold dear. Um, you have a kind heart. Not everyone would so easily be taking this as hard at the loss of someone that is working against them or even an enemy. I guess you could always focus on the lives that you have impacted and changed, at least for the better. As I said, you can't save everyone. Hello, Marie.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. I wish that I could. Oh. I
I
mean,
wish that I could as well, but we are all limited in our own ways. But it is also the frailty of life and loss that I guess teaches us the value in its meaning and the value of it. If it wasn't for the loss of something, we wouldn't. It would be easy to lose sight of its value, wouldn't you say?
yeah, like a memory.
Yeah.
Just kind of give him like a little hee hee hee.
He nods.
I think what's bugging me is that I don't know. I feel like we were kind of the same, but like reversed.
How so?
Well, I don't know him personally, but we're kind of similar age. We both had a fairly noble upbringing in a place where we could have learned about the creator, or if, it was all around. He had that choice and chance, and yet the guy that he probably seemed to look up to in his life, the Herschel, who he trusted, took him and showed him something that he believed to be true wholeheartedly. So he tried to do whatever he could to make what he thought was a better reality. And he was working towards that. And his whole thought the whole time, the last words that I heard out of his mouth were, is my family gonna be all right? It just sounded familiar, incredibly familiar. And he, I just wanted to help them.
Well, there is teachings of the Creator about having righteous anger. And I can sense that you are angry, that's also disappointed, as you have said, but angry as well.
Yeah, I try not to be these days.
And within reason, but there is, as I said, such thing as righteous anger. And that would be something possibly to stow away for the right time of when you confront the one responsible for the taking of this life that has impacted you so much.
Yeah, I guess.
If I know anything from my years, those that have no respect for life and those that just take it without a second thought. The Creator does not just sit by. It may seem that way, and there may not be an answer, and it may seem that he is silent, but that individual will answer for the lives that he has taken, one way or another. Perhaps you
What
are...
year?
Go ahead.
Nah, go for it. I'm gonna change the topic, so you finish up.
I was just going to say, perhaps you are to be the Creator's instrument in teaching this lesson to this individual. Maybe. Maybe not. Time will
Might
tell.
be better if I'm not. But you remember the Great War, right? Now, right?
Portions, yes.
Were there always this many of them?
This many of what?
Just enemies, just everywhere. I absolutely hate the fact that I have to not trust people. Like, look at Quentin. Look at the guy. He doesn't know what he's doing. And the first thing I had to think is this guy working with the bad guys? Like, I don't want to think that about people. Are there always this many?
I think the sad part about it is where there is light, there is always going to be darkness. There are always going to be those that are seeking to gain power to become stronger, and not by the right not for the right reasons, or by the right ways. I'm sure no one really knows the true magnitude of how many there are out there that have ill will towards one another, but there are always going to be those people that are seeking more power or their own agenda, and there's always going to be those that are willing to do anything to achieve it. It is our responsibilities as warriors and those fighting to preserve life and the good in the world to seek them out and to prevent them from hurting the innocent. But to answer your question for whether there were a lot back during the Great War, yes. There were many more champions of the Deceiver than just those that were known as Hydra. Those
Great. Did I lose you?
No, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Hello.
Still here.
Welcome. Glad you're here. Was it... Did they hide this well last time? Like... Oh, I've heard tales of the Great War since forever, but it's always seemed pretty clear, black and white. You knew who was who. This feels different.
The Great War was something that came about suddenly, and it eventually encompassed the entire globe. There wasn't really any hiding in the shadows, really. You know, everything was really out in the open.
That would make it really easy. But it's not like that this time.
They also failed before.
I guess they're learning from their mistakes, I guess. How unfortunate for us. But I think we have some names now. I just don't know where they are. I don't know. They've been working in the shadows for quite a while. I don't know what to do to make them come out, you know? Can't think of anything that would really get them riled up and come over here to say hello.
Have you spoken to any of them?
I thought about it, but every time I thought about doing it, I was kind of by myself, and I didn't want to start something without telling other people first. Because I totally want to, like, call Vlad so badly. But I don't know. I don't really know what they want. Other than just being an evil organization of destruction and murder and mayhem. Like, I don't know what they want.
Well, let's consider
Even
what we
like Herschel.
let's
Don't know
consider
what he
what
wants.
we know.
Sure. What do we know?
I don't know. Where do you want to start?
From the beginning. That's usually the best place to start, isn't it?
You met your group in a town. You came across where you first came across orcs that had symbols. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What symbols did they have?
Oh, it was a dragon doing something.
It was a dragon roaring.
Roaring.
And there seemed to
Yeah.
be a leader,
Right. We got Gurge
a leader orc,
doing
which
his
you have
thing.
seen multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
And he seems to be related to also the Night Dwell that you guys met
Right, last time.
up in the Great Mountains.
Uh-huh.
As the Night
He's his,
Dwell
like,
seemed
number
to
one lieutenant dude.
seemed to relate or seemed to call him a member of his elite.
Right.
And also, you guys determined that Fabian, a wizard of some sort,
Mm-hmm.
was at Morningdale and took over Morningdale, or not Morningdale, Whetstone.
I was gonna say we did? When did we
Whetstone.
determine that?
Whetstone.
Newsflash!
Whetstone.
Yeah. He took Whetstone. Yeah.
And they were mining for imbumonite.
Yep.
And they had their own separate cache that they were pulling from deep within the mine.
Yeah.
And you also found remnants of the Night Dweller.
The Night Dweller. Yeah.
So, and yet another connection of Fabian and the Night Dweller working together.
Yes.
Fabian seemed to be a authority figure in some way based off of the conversation that was had between the Night Dweller and him in the Great Mountains when he said, use your own people, don't use mine.
Mine. Right.
So they seem to be equals in a sense.
Yeah, I figured this Calzone, whatever his name is.
Cossidin?
And then, yeah. Sure. Cossidin, Fabian, and the Night Dwell seem to be like the top three dudes, as far as I could tell.
Okay. Fabian was related to what dragon symbol was corresponding with him?
I don't know if I ever got one for Fabian.
Yes.
Is he the fire blowing guy?
Yes, he is the dragon head breathing fire.
Yeah. And this one's the stoic head.
And
Yeah.
Fabian was both at Whetstone for imbumonite
And the mountains.
the
for
mountains
imbumonite.
supposedly for imbumonite. However,
Right.
the Night Dwell seemed to indicate that the whole
This
thing,
was a side project.
yeah, the whole thing that was going on in the Great Mountains was not according to plan, and it was Fabian's own ambitions.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep, we are caught up to speed.
Okay. What has Gurge been involved in?
Gurge.
The orc.
Oh, he's been the guy trying to find the sword the whole time.
Well, the sword's no longer at the temple.
Well,
So
at
that...
first. Yeah. So, like, he was like, sword, 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 and now that's kind of the last time I saw him was the sword, and then the Great Mountains.
You did see him before that as well.
He did. Because I know he was in Orenstead.
Yep.
Where else? That's
He was
related
at
to the sword.
Orenstead.
Oh, but that was related to the sword.
You guys went back there to take the caravan, and you went into the mine to take care of the ants, and you found...
Yeah.
You saw him
And he was
dealing
in
with...
there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And he seemed to be kind of a strong sword military individual, I guess. I could say. Alright. And he works for who?
The Night Dwell.
Okay. So every time that Gurge has showed up, it's always been in kind of like a military leadership type of role.
Yes.
Okay. And his boss is?
The Night Dwell.
Okay. So the military commander of sorts, or boss person, or the... What would it be? Not the... I guess, like, the captain on the ground, so to speak, for the military.
Is Gurge.
Seems to be Gurge. And his superior, his colonel, his general seems to be...
Right, the Night Dwell. He's the head of the fire... Nope. The Roaring people.
The Roaring Dragonhead.
Okay, roaring like a battle cry, warriors. Okay, and we got the fire-breathing guy, who's the big wizard, who's the fire blower, who's Fabian. So we have the stoic, kind of regally one, who's this calzone. I don't know who that guy is.
And Fabian seems to be one that is focusing on doing what?
Getting imbuminate, getting empowered things to kind of do stuff.
Okay. Now you've been introduced possibly to the third head.
Like a political side of stuff.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
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 So it seems like we have 3 branches, 3 heads.
Right.
And they each have their own role, it seems.
Correct.
One seems to be more military-based. One seems to be more resource-gathering based.
Yeah. And the other one is getting the kingdoms ready to fall.
Authoritative, being in control of different things related.
Cool.
So who's to say what other lands and what other cities and prominent figures might be involved with this third head?
Gee. Well, I'll bet you Herschel knows.
Maybe.
At least a little bit, enough.
Well, strange benefactors like to, invest in people's, lives and try to help them out.
Yeah, those benefactors are the worst.
As if that doesn't sound familiar in some way.
Yeah, it does. Sure does. Oh, I don't like that. I just don't know what to do about it. Like, I don't know. I honestly, this is my first adventure, Dragon. I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, it seems like you are piecing pieces together probably more than they think you are.
Yeah, but still not enough to act on, though. And it's... You know how hard it is to convince people without actually being able to show them stuff that what you're saying is actually happening?
No. Not at all. And he kind of like looks at you as if like, no, I didn't like have to deal with that, like trying to explain who you are and that you are not who you think you are without being able to show you any evidence whatsoever. And
Other than the fact that you said so? Yeah,
yeah.
still slightly unconvinced. Yeah, alright,
Mhm.
alright.
Mhm.
Alright. Fine. Touche, Dragon.
Touche.
Touche, Dragon. Fair enough. Hey, so oh yeah, I totally just said yeah. Sorry about that.
About what?
Yeah, no, I totally was like okay. This totally wasn't my place to say, but I said it anyway. I said that you would give... Don't get mad. I told my dad, I'll use my little air quotes, alright, that you give him a ride if he popped in. Yeah.
You're referring to Mr.
Yeah.
Van Rosdom.
Yeah, sorry. I knew you'd be angry. I'm sorry.
Not angry. But I suppose it's fine.
Wow, that tone of voice said otherwise. It's okay. You can say no. He wasn't super thrilled to meet you either for some reason. You sound... he's very scared of you. So. Any reason why that would be?
I wouldn't have the foggiest idea.
Was that sarcasm again?
No. I honestly don't know why.
I see. I guess Tristan just gave you a bad rap, I guess.
Perhaps.
That's what it sounded like to me. It's like, I don't know if I like the dragon because Tristan didn't like the dragon. I don't know. That's kind of what it sounded like to me, but I'd really rather you get along.
Well, he raised a remarkable young woman, so he can't be all that bad.
Flattery will get you nowhere. Except it actually gets you so many places. It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
Did you see that guy on the docks? Oh my goodness.
Guy on the docks. What, the harbor master?
Yeah.
Oh my word. Yes, he was
That
quite
was-
the character.
He was something. I'm so glad I don't work there. Jeez. Uh,
All right.
so
Any other
just to
points you want
recap, not a complete and total buffoon.
No, you are not a buffoon.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Well, you're not either.
Well, I feel like one sometimes, but thank you.
Same.
All right, did you
I
have
honestly
any? Go
don't
ahead.
know how to get you the Syndaxia.
What's that?
Said I don't know how to get you to Syndaxia either. I don't know. I'll try, but I can't promise I'll get you there. Even anytime soon. I don't know.
We'll do it in whatever time we can manage to.
Yeah.
It will happen in its own time.
There's just so many awful things going on. I'd hate to walk away.
Oh, perhaps
Just be...
something will lead us in that direction at some point.
Maybe. It also sounds like an absolutely terrifying place, and I kinda don't want to go. But, we will, if we can. Alright. I should probably try and help Quentin draw a square.
I'm sure, from what I can sense, he's gonna need all the help he can get.
Probably. I'm sure that he'll have trepidations about his pencil. So, we'll see how it goes. I do not know how he got in the army. Poor guy.
Poor fellow.
Oh boy.
Well,
All right,
until next
will-
time.
Yeah, hey, feel free to, mention stuff. Like, if you have thoughts or ideas or something. Two heads are better than one, and are also better than three. So,
I will keep that in mind.
yeah. Please, definitely open to suggestions.
Duly noted.
Alright. Well, I had an hourglass running, so I'm gonna see how long that was, if it was however long. Well, for science.
Okay. You come back
Alright.
and it's only been a few moments.
Yes! Alright! Science! Sorry, everyone, didn't mean to yell. Okay. Okay.
Alright, Kim.
Yeah, I'll just spend the rest of the evening trying to get Quentin to draw. Oh, I'm so amused.
Okie dokie. I suppose we will probably be picking up with the party, probably meeting you at the guild probably at some point.
Yeah, probably. We'll see what happens, I guess. I'm not in jail anymore, so that's great.
Yeah, depending on what they decide to do and how quickly they come back and whatnot, I'll inform you of any information that kind of comes your way and things that kind of come around when it comes to the investigation and whatnot. So
Okay.
that way, when we do meet up again, you have an idea of what has transpired and what's going on.
Okay, and I'll try and get you the Isaac communications for Sunday, so you have those.
Okie dokie.
Alright. Thanks for your time.
Yepper.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Good
being
luck with
patient
that.
out there at the beginning as I was trying to work
Oh,
out
yeah.
my video editor thingy-majiggy.
No worries.
Alrighty.
You already processed your thing with what you were working on anyway.
Yeah, it's up. I just have to make it public and write out a description and put all the hashtags and all that kind of stuff. So.
I should try and find a song for the dragon. That would be entertaining.
A song for the dragon.
Yeah. Then I can put 8 songs in it, so it's not as repetitive. Oh, actually, I think I
didn't send you the second
might
one.
know. No. I'll have to send you my playlist. You might hate it. I'm sorry. You might absolutely hate it. It might totally be not your style. But I've come across they call themselves nerdcore, where
Okay.
they make songs about like video games or anime or whatever. And I use them for like inspiration for like NPCs or villains or different arcs that I put in my own campaigns. And so, because they're about like, I don't know. You don't really watch anime, do you?
I've watched it a lot in the past. I mean, I don't really have any that I'm specifically into right now.
Yeah, it's been a little bit for me too. But, I mean, you've probably heard of My Hero Academia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so he's got like songs on like Deku or, a couple other characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's basically just about that. But,
Okay.
no. But I'll have to send it to you, and then you can guess which one's which character. There you
Okay.
go. I'll give you a hint. They're in order.
The order in which they have appeared?
Timeline order, chronologically.
Okay.
As far as I'm aware.
Okay.
And it's all from Sibble's point of view, so like, and again, they're based on other characters, so you can't take every line for what's going on. But the general gist is how Sibble sees that person.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's okay. Oh, and then I found like a short, like 2-minute the battle march. So I just threw it in there because I could.
The what?
It's like a short 2-minute like cut clip of like different people talking about like Belmonts and how they're supposed to be like this. Well, they're supposed to be like that. Well, I'm gonna be like this. Like,
I see.
so I just threw it in there because it seems like not spoilery, but also like, I don't know. It mixed it up a little bit from all the songs.
I got you.
But I'm throwing tape everywhere. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chance. I didn't mean to bop you with that, buddy. My bad. Now my tape is hairy. Sadness. All right. Well, I'll let you go. Have a good rest of your evening.
Yep, you as well.
Yeah, have the funs.
Oh yes. Back to the prep. The
Yeah,
Sunday
enjoy
prep.
the last bit of your day off. Yeah. Please.
Alrighty.
All right.
Have a good
Bye.
evening. Bye.